Now,
welcome all of you. So student, please inform to other peoples kindly join to YouTube. So now our associate dean will join on within some time. So kindly join other people's to YouTube. Inform to other people's to join the join on the YouTube. Yes. So student, please. Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning, good morning.
So welcome and very good morning to all of you. So we organized the 3 days online as well as in offline tutorial classes for particularly those are prepared for the JRF examination, or those are thinking about the to prepare about the JRF examination and crack the JRF examination. For that purpose, we organize these 3 days tutorial classes. So in that we arrange different classes on different disciplines, and we have different experts. So today we start our session with Dr. Rajkumar sir. So before that, I would like to welcome all of you and Dr. Rajkumar sir and our associate dean sir. So I would like to invite our respected associate dean sir, Dr. C.D. Devkar sir. Please give address to our student about this JRF examination, tutorial classes about JRF examination. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Friends, today our placement officer organized the 3 days training for tutorial classes for JRF, SRF examination at Department of Entomology, College of Agriculture, Dhule. In this occasion, our chief guest are today's lecturer, Dr. Rajkumar sir, Dr. Male sir, Dr. Kabre sir, all faculty members and student friends. I welcome all of you for this training program. Friends, you were aware that in last 3 days, from 21st to 23rd, we also organize the tutorial classes for competitive examination. And from today, we organize for the competitive, not competitive examination, for JRF, SRF examination. In 3 days training, all the lecturers or the experts will give their expertise to you and give the some tips and hints for to conduct and also to study how to study the JRF, SRF examination. In this occasion, I again welcome all of you, and I also request to all students, please complete or to be present to 3 days, total 3 days for these classes, which will be useful to you for success in your JRF, SRF examination. In these few words, I thankful to Dr. Mahale sir and Dr. Kabre sir to organize this 3 days training days, which are actually, friends, these trainings are organized because of our ICR give the funds under this competitive examination and also for JRF examination preparation for the student. And among these fronts, we arrange this 3 days training. Such types of trainings will be useful, definitely useful to you for your future planning and to study, how to study the JRF, SRF competitive examination. So I again request to you, all the students, participants, boys and girls, both of, please attend this 3 days training sincerely. If you have any queries, please ask your expert. They will give the answer and which will be useful to in your future planning. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So now I would like to invite Dr. Rajkumar, sir. First of all, Dr. Rajkumar, sir, welcome to you. Yes, Dr. Rajkumar, sir, welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, please guide our student what is the JRF examination and what are the opportunity in front of the JRF examination. So please, sir.
Yes, sir, sure. Sir, shall I begin?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Most respected and honorable Associate Dean, Dr. C.D. Devkar, sir, Dr. Kabre, sir, Dr. Mahale, sir. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for having an interaction with the students regarding the preparations for ICAR, JRF, SRF, NET, and ARS examinations. What are the opportunities if we pursue our post-graduation by securing a very good rank in ICAR exam? So there are so many things we will be discussing during the today's session. And before I begin my presentation on the preparation of for the ICAR examination, my request to the students will be like, please raise your queries. Definitely, because you are in the final year or maybe in the third year, what I request you is please have your queries, questions. Please ask. I will try my level best to answer, because it is I am very much interested in having an two-way conversation rather than having an one-way conversation that only I will be talking and you will be only listening to the lecture. So it is not supposed to be the case. Definitely, I will be delivering a lecture from my side, and on the other side, I request you to note down the questions or note down the queries which you are having in your mind, and I will try my level best to answer to your queries. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to deliver a lecture on the preparations for the ICAR examinations. Shall I share my screen? Sir, my slides are visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I welcome you all. As Mahales has told that this is Rajkumar, currently working as a scientist in the Department of Agricultural Entomology at Baramati. There is an ICAR institute located in Baramati that is called as the National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management, wherein this institute is one of the unique institute in India, established in the year 2009 and working on the various abiotic and biotic factors which are affecting our agriculture. So this is one of the unique institute of ICR where I am currently working on. So dear friends, before we go actually into the preparations, let us have a brief introduction about what exactly this ICR is all about. So most of you know, but it is my duty to introduce you a bit to this Indian Council of Agricultural Research, in which I am working as a scientist. So as you all are aware, it is one of the autonomous organization which comes under the Department of Agriculture Research and Education. And it is earlier called as the Imperial Council of Agriculture Research, and it comes under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. And this ICR was established on 16th of July 1929. And this is one of the society which has been registered under the Societies Registration Act of 1860. So remember all these points which I am showing you, they are also important points or important questions that may appear in the examination. So definitely I will be sharing these slides with Mahale sir so that he will share with each one of the students of the college. Okay, and this Indian Council of Agriculture Research was established because of the recommendation by the Royal Commission on Agriculture of 1928, and having its headquarters at New Delhi, and it is one of the apex body for coordinating, guiding, and managing research education in agriculture. So when you have a look at the number of research institute, agricultural research institute, which comes under ICAR, they are about more than 101 research institute, which are spread across India, starting from Jammu Kashmir to the Kanyakumari, Southeast, everywhere. Even we do have one such institutes in Port Blair as well, that is in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So these agriculture research institutes of ICAR, they are spread across India, and it will be coordinating the state agricultural universities as well, wherein they research and agriculture education in the state agricultural universities. So dear friends, so here comes the actual presentation of preparing for any competitive examination. It could be JRF, SRF, or whatever the exams which you have in mind. So before you do anything, so during your study course, what you have to do is you have to define your goal. So you are in the second year, third year, or in the final year of your graduation. So you are supposed to define your goal. What is your goal? After undergraduation, after completing your 4 years of agriculture degree, what you wanted to do? Whether you wanted to do your own business, or you wanted to work in a private company, or you wanted to prepare for MPSC, prepare for UPSC, or preparing to pursue your post graduation. So you have to define your goal, and once you define your goal, you have to develop a plan. So planning is the second key factor of the success. So plan, defining goal, planning. By keeping the goal and a plan, take a action on it, take a action and stick to it, and that will lead to the success. Let me tell you, because these are all the very important key factors in any student's life, because I am also have gone through all these strategies of preparing for a competitive examinations, especially the ICR, because during my UG days I prepared for ICR, got JRF. Then after a PG I wrote for SRF, I got SRF. Then I thought of going for preparing for ARS, that is Agriculture Research Service examination. Then I cleared it, and today I am working as a scientist in ICR. So like that, you have to set your goal, plan, take an action, stick to the action, and ultimately the determination which you do, that will definitely lead to the success. And during this process of time, so there are so many questions will be arising in your mind, whether an idea of doing something. It could be a business, or it could be preparing for the JRF, or it could be preparing for MPSC or UPSC. So there are so many questions. Sometimes we feel that I can't do it. Sometimes we feel that I wanted to do it because it is a need of the hour. So then sometimes the question is how to do it. And sometimes because of the frustration and all, we will think of I cannot do it, I will do it. Yes, after keeping all these points at the end, if you determine and if you devote, that will tell you that yes, I wanted to do it and I will do it. That will ultimately lead into success. Let me tell you, my dear friends. So I had my dream, during my UG program, as I said, defining a goal, especially here. So I had a plan of getting a single digit rank. Okay, it was my dream. Single digit rank in any of the ICR examinations. It could be JRF, SRF, or ARS examinations. So this was my dream. Now, according to, by keeping this dream in my mind, I worked. I wrote for JRF examination where I could not get the single digit rank, but I got the double digit rank, where I secured 30th rank in All India PG entrance examination conducted by ICAR, through which I got my admission at USGKVK Bangalore, because I am from Karnataka. So I did my post graduation and PhD from USGKVK Bangalore. So now my dream did not come true because it was a single digit rank. That is the rank which I secured during my JRF examination was 30. Then I started working on it. Then I wrote for SRF. There also I got the double digit rank. But during my preparation for ARS examination, that is Agriculture Research Service, so all over India, there were only 9 seats, and I applied for that, and it was possible for me to get a single digit rank. Let me tell you, and this was my dream, which came true, after years of hard work. So I secured eighth rank in the ARS examination, and I underwent a training program at NARM, that is National Academy of Agricultural Research Management. Then I have been given the posting at National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management, currently where I'm working as a scientist. So this is how. So you have to define your goal. You have to dream for achieving something great, okay, during your student life. Okay, questions in mind during the preparation, why I'm supposed to do it. For example, only ICR I will be talking about why I'm supposed to do it. You are supposed to do it because you are supposed to pursue your post-graduation, because pursuing post-graduation or higher education is always fetches a very good price in the life. It could be in the form of getting a very good degree from the very good agricultural universities or from the deemed university of ICR, or it could be getting a very good salary after getting your post-graduation. It is very much essential to go for the ICR, JRF, SRF, or whatever the examinations conducted by ICR. Then when I am supposed to prepare, during your 4 years of this degree, you are supposed to start your preparation at the end of the third year. I would say the sixth semester. Sixth semester. So if you decide that, yes, I wanted to pursue my post-graduation through ICAR by writing an ICAR examination, you are supposed to prepare, because if you start your preparation at the sixth semester, you will get a very good time to prepare. Very good time. It is almost 1.5 years of time for the examination, where you will get a very good time to prepare for ICR JRF examination. Then ultimately, who will do it? You are the person. Okay, you are the person who is going to do it. Then comes how to do it. So how to do it and all, we will be discussing in the coming slides. How to do it? It again a 3D concept which I consider, which I followed. That is nothing but the dedication. You have to dedicate yourself. Until unless you dedicate yourself to the dream which you are dreaming for, it will not be possible. You have to dedicate, you have to dream for a big goal, and you have to dedicate yourself, and determination, and finally the devotion. Dedication, determination, devotion. If you do all these three, so during your preparation, so definitely I will promise you that you will succeed in your goal. So give me just a minute. Yes, I am back. Sorry for the interruption. And this is for the information. ICR, that is Indian Council of Agricultural Research, it conducts examination for JRF. That is, JRF is nothing but Junior Research Fellowship. This examination is for for getting your post-graduation admission in the state agricultural universities across India. And the next examination is SRF, that is for getting your PhD admission in the state agricultural universities across India. And there is one more examination that is called as the NET, which is conducted by Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board, that is ASRB, which is one of the essential criteria of clearing NET examination if anyone want to apply for becoming an assistant professor in the state agricultural universities. Next is the ARS examination, that is Agriculture Research Service, wherein the students who are preparing for ARS examination, Agriculture Research Service, they will be given posting in ICR Institute, which are spread across India as a scientist in the respective disciplines. So what are all the opportunities after your post-graduation? So you can become an assistant professor if you have a post-graduation PhD in your hand, clearing your NET examination. And you have an opportunity to become an ARS scientist. You can become a scientist in the CSB, that is Central Silk Board, APPO, that is Assistant Plant Protection Officers, DPPQS, that is Directorate of Plant Protection, Quarantine and Storage, WST, that is Wood Science and Technology. It is one of the institute which comes under the Dehradun Forest Research Institutes, where they will be recruiting the scientist. Next, you can become the technical officers in the different ministries. To give an example, like you can become a technical officer in food ministry or agriculture ministry. There are so many ministries in the central government. There are so many technical posts for the agri graduates who have pursued their post graduation and PhDs. So you can finally, if someone want to become bureaucrats or IAS, IPS officers, so there's one more option. And if not all these, you have a very good opportunity to work in the private sector. It could be in the seed industry or pesticide industries, like in the production or in the research and development or in the product development or in the marketing sector. You wanted to do it because you wanted to pursue your post-graduation. How to do it? That will be what are the advantages? I said the advantages of pursuing your post-graduation, that is, which will definitely fetch us a very good price in the form of monetary and in the form of salary or in the form of having an reputed or one of the higher qualification in your life. Now, if I wanted to do my post-graduation in ICAR, through ICAR, so which is the department in which I am supposed to do my post-graduation? So ICAR conducts examination under the various departments, or I would say in various groups. They are nothing but the biotechnology, plant sciences, physical sciences, agricultural entomology and nematology, social sciences, and the statistical sciences. These are all the core groups under which the different subjects will be coming. And under these core groups, ICAR will conduct that is postgraduate examination for getting your admission into post-graduation. So if I talk about the biotechnology, what are the different subjects that comes under biotechnology? They are here, like plant biochemistry, plant biotechnology or molecular biology, plant or the crop physiology. Plant sciences, which includes the plant breeding and genetics, plant pathology, agricultural microbiology, seed science and technology, plant genetic resources. Sciences, which includes agricultural meteorology, soil science and agricultural chemistry, soil conservation and water management, agricultural physics, irrigation water management, agricultural chemicals, environmental science. So in agricultural entomology and nematology, these are all the subjects: agricultural or horticultural entomology, nematology, apiculture, sericulture, and plant protection. Social sciences, agricultural economics, dairy economics, agricultural extension, extension education and communication, dairy extension education. So these are all the sub-subjects under these main core groups. Statistical sciences, which includes agricultural statistics, computer application, and bioinformatics. So during your 4 years of agricultural education, so definitely the student, they will be having their own interest in some of the subjects. So it is graduation in the subject in which you are very much interested. Okay, it could be the biotechnology, it could be plant science, it could be entomology and nematology, social science, or statistical sciences, or social science. So like that. So it is your interest. You are the person who is going to decide that in which subject I am supposed to pursue my post-graduation through ICR examination and prepare accordingly. And the most important thing is you have to keep the notes. Let me tell you, the notes which you prepare, or the notes which the teachers taught us during our classroom, classroom teaching, it plays a very important role, which serve as a very important resource material for our JRF preparation. So ICR, definitely it will give an syllabus for that particular discipline which you have chosen to pursue your post-graduation. So go through the syllabus thoroughly. First and foremost thing is go through the syllabus, read it twice, thrice, try to understand the whole syllabus, what has been given in the syllabus. So if you try to understand the whole syllabus, then you will come to know, so what I'm supposed to do, what I'm supposed to prepare, what I'm supposed to refer, what are the different kinds of books I'm supposed to refer, what are the different kinds of notes which are being taught in the classroom, which I am supposed to refer. So you will come to know all these things when you go through the syllabus thoroughly. Then collection of the reading material. You have the syllabus in your hand, you have chosen the discipline of your post-graduation. The collection of the reading material is very, very much important. Collection of the reading material, as I said just now, the classroom notes taught by the teachers. It is one of the best material which I felt. And also the different books as per the discipline which you choose. Planning. So after collecting the material, after reading the syllabus, you have as I told, if I start your preparation after 6th semester or from the 6th semester, you will get 1.5 years of time. And within that period of time, you have to plan your preparations. How I am supposed to do it, what I am supposed to read it, which books I am supposed to refer. Okay, so like that. Planning and ultimately leads to the execution. Of all these four, syllabus, collection of reading material, planning, execution is the most important key factor which I consider. It is one of the most important. You have the syllabus, you have read it, you have the ample of reading material, you have the planning, but at the end, if you do not execute the plan or the syllabus or the reading material, if you do not execute, then it will not have any sense. So execution, that means whatever the decision you have made, you have to stick on to that decision. Okay. So after deciding, as I said, we will be having the class notes and different reference books. So I have given here the reference books of entomology. Okay, because just for the example. So because many you will not be interested in entomology, you wanted to pursue a post-graduation in plant science or biotechnology or social sciences. So just I am giving an example of entomology. Okay, just I am giving an example of entomology. You have a dozen of reference books, say example. So now how to go ahead with the preparation? So many students, many of my friends during my preparation and many students, what do they do is they will prepare book-wise. Okay. So as I said in the beginning that you have a dozen of reference books to refer for the examination, for the preparation. Then how they will prepare? They will read it first book. They will complete, they will keep it. They will go for the second book, third, fourth book, and the last book. Say. Now, preparation book-wise, does it make any sense? Will it be an advantageous or disadvantageous for us? So, during my preparation, what I felt was, it is not good if I prepare book-wise. Okay, finishing first book, keep it aside. Finishing second book, keep it aside. So finishing first book, it will take 1 month. Second book, it will take another 1 month. Third book, another 1 month. So whatever the concept which you have read it in the first book and the concept which you are reading, same concept from the first book, and the same concept which you are reading it in the last book, there is a huge gap. There is a huge gap. You cannot reconnect. You cannot reconnect the concept which you have read it in the first book and the concept which you are reading it in the second book, because there is a huge gap of almost 9 months, 8 months, or almost 1 year. So in this case, it becomes difficult to remember the concept which you have read it in different kinds of books. Now this is the problem, because I am not supposed to forget any of the concepts or any of the content which I have read it in the first book or the last book, because forgetting is not acceptable. Okay, remember this one. So now, how to solve this problem? Okay, how to solve this problem? Just to give an example, like sericulture. Everyone knows about sericulture. This is a typical example I am giving you. It could be sericulture, lag culture, or biological control agents, or it could be any discipline chapter. Any discipline chapter. It could be from the biotechnology, it could be from the genetics and plant breeding, or it could be from the plant pathology. So there are different chapters will be given. So in this case, what you have to do is you have to read chapter wise. Okay, syllabus has been given. They have given the different chapters according in the syllabus. What you have to do is you have to choose a particular chapter. Okay, choose a particular chapter and read from the first book, second book, third book, fourth book, dozen of books about only sericulture or about any hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, my slides are visible?
No, sir. No.
My slides are not visible. Okay, wait. So I think there was in between there was a disconnection. I was connected, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here only. Maharaj, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, here only I disconnected or how?
Here.
Yes, sir.
Here, okay, yeah. So you take a particular chapter and refer all the books about that particular chapter. Here the advantage is you are reading about sericulture or any of the chapters of your discipline by referring all the available books with you. That means you are pooling an information about sericulture or any of the discipline or any of the chapter by referring all the different kinds of books available with you. You are gathering an information wherein the chances of missing any kind of information different books, it will be very less, let me tell you. And this is what the strategy which I followed during my preparations. So again, we have to have the timetable. You have to prepare your timetable. So just here also I have given the example of agricultural entomology. Mm, to tell you that, for example, like you have decided your preparation time. So in the first week, you will be reading all these 3 chapters. In the second week, you will be reading all these 3 chapters, and so on. So these are all the different chapters of agricultural entomology syllabus given in the ICR. There are about 19 chapters, including the statistics, So 19 chapters of agricultural entomology. So what you have to do is you have to choose a chapter and you allot a particular time. It could be 1 week or 2 weeks as per your capacity of preparing or as per the capacity of covering that particular chapter during your preparations. Okay, so this is how you have to prepare your plan. Now, about the junior research fellowship, that is JRF examination, the exam will be having 2 parts, that is part A and part B. Part A consists of general agricultural and allied sciences, the questions on general agricultural and allied sciences. Part B will be having questions from the core group. It could be entomology, nematology, or it could be genetics and plant breeding, or it could be the biotechnology, or it could be the social sciences. Okay, so like that, it will be in the 2 parts, part A and part B. So then what is the fellowship? It is around, I think, 13,000 plus, I think, per month, and you will be given a contingent grant of nearly about 6,000 or 7,000 rupees, wherein that amount you can utilize it for getting your glasswares, chemicals, or the books. Then how to write your answers in the examination? So here the questions will be of MCQs, that is multiple choice questions, and matching. So MCQs, so definitely they will be you people will be having an experience of attending MCQs, matching, but MCQs in ICR sometimes difficult, but not always. But matching questions will be very confusing in ICR examination. So to give you an example, not to lose too many marks, because there will be a negative marking in the examination. So I don't want you people to lose too many marks when you are attending the matching the question answers. So to give an example, so there will be 5 questions, say example A, B, C, D, and corresponding answers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are confident that of the 5 questions, 3 questions are correct and 2 questions you are confused. So in this case, for example, A matches with third answer, B matches with the fifth, C matches with the first. All these 3 questions you are confident that these 3 answers are very correct. There is no chance of making a mistake. Now there is an ambiguity, or you are having a confusion whether the D matches with second or D matches with 4, or E matches with second or E matches with 4. But in this case, what you will do, sometimes you will take a risk. You will take a risk and you will match D with the second option and E with the fourth option. So actually, this is not the case. Actually, this is not the case, because the answer for D is 4 and E is second. But you have attended 2 questions. That means you have made 2 questions mistake. Okay. So this is the wrong method of answering the question. Let me tell you why it is so. Why it is the wrong method? Because first one matches with the third, second one matches with the fifth, C is the first. Now you have a confusion with D and E, whether it matches with the 2 or it matches with the 4. In this case, what you have to do is you match D with 2, E with 2, or D with 4th, E with 4. Now you are making only one mistake. You are out of
हॅलो.
डिस्कनेक्ट झाले वाटतं ना.
हो हो.
हो, येस येस, आय एम हिअर. इथं होतो ना मी.
Yes sir, yes sir, MCQ.
Yes. So this is the right method, because you are losing only one question. You are losing only 1 marks. Example, if each question carries 4 marks, then you are losing here only 1 mark. But here, if you attend this one, you will be losing 2 marks, because I would say something is better than nothing. If you attend such kind of questions, you will be losing 2 marks. If you do write your answers in this way, you will be losing only 1 mark. Okay. And definitely, are you aware that nowadays the examination is conducted by that is National Testing Agency, that is the NTA. It will be computer-based test. So all these information you will get it during your preparations. So these are all some of the signs during writing the examination. So these are all the number of seats, in especially with respect to entomology. These are the different number of seats for various categories. Last year it was around 130 plus. Okay. So next comes the SRF examination. If you are preparing for SRF examination, then comes the questions in the mind. Why I'm supposed to do it? You are supposed to do it because you wanted to pursue your post, that is doctoral degree, PhD. Okay. So if you write your SRF examination and if you clear this SRF examination, you will be given an admission in the state agricultural universities across India, and you will be given a fellowship of have a degree in your hand. It will be having a very good advantage of getting very good posts in the various departments. Okay. With respect to the senior research fellowship, that is for PhD, again they will conduct examinations in different core groups. It could be like crop sciences, which includes the subjects like genetics, plant breeding, seed science and technology, economic botany and plant genetic resources. Crop sciences 2, plant pathology, nematology, agricultural entomology and nematology and sericulture. This SRF examination and the core groups, they will not be the same as like that of the JRF examination. It is bit different. Crop science 3, these are all the subject groups which comes under the crop science 3. Agriculture, spices, post-harvest technology, natural resource management 1, forestry, meteorology, environmental sciences and agricultural physics. Natural resource management 2, these are all the subjects which comes under the main core group: agronomy, soil science, agricultural chemicals, water science and technology. Agricultural economics and agribusiness management, these are 2 subjects. Agricultural extension, agricultural statistics. So these are all the core groups and the subgroups for which the ICR conducts examination for getting your doctoral admissions in the state agricultural universities. So senior research fellowship, it will be having the 3 parts: part A, part B and part C. Part A will be consisting of 20 questions, which will be of general knowledge, and some of the questions they will be from the allied sciences. 50 questions, they will be from the core group containing specialized subject, as I said in the previous slide. And part C consists of 50 questions, which will be consisting of the questions from that particular subject only. It could be agricultural entomology, genetics and plant breeding, or biotechnology or plant pathology. So the senior research fellowship will be conducted in that paper consists of 3 parts: part A, part B and part C. And what's the fellowship for the SRF? That is, it is about 31,000 per month for the first year and second year. Third year, they will give you about 35,000 per month. Okay, with a contingent grant of 10,000 per year which you can use it for purchasing your books or glasswares or the chemicals. So the next examination is about NET, that is National Eligibility Test. Why you are supposed to do it? You are supposed to do it because you wanted to apply or you wanted to become an assistant professor in the state agricultural universities. If you want to apply for the assistant professor, clearing NET examination is a mandatory. It is compulsory. You have to have your NET cleared certificate. Then how to do it, we will discuss. Advantages, again, you have a very good opportunity to become an assistant professor in the state agricultural universities. National eligibility test, actually there is no eligibility. The minimum eligibility you are supposed to have is MSc in the respective disciplines. Minimum qualifying marks, they will give the cutoff, and the examination will be for 150 questions. They will give the cutoff. To give an example, because it will vary year by year. For general category, it will be 50%, OBC, it will be 45%, SC/ST, it will be 40%. If you clear this cutoff, then you will be given a NET certificate, wherein you can use it for applying for the assistant professor post. Then comes the ARS, that is Agriculture Research Service. This is one of the examinations conducted by the ASRB, that is Agricultural Scientist Recruitment Board. Why you are supposed to do it? You are supposed to do it because you wanted to become an ARS scientist in ICAR. How to do it? We will discuss it again. Advantages, you will get a secured job with a very handsome salary. So you will have an opportunity to work research. So you can do a research, extension and teaching as well. During your preparation for NET and AS examinations, so there are some questions that they will be arising in the mind. So 150 questions will be there, which will carry 1 mark. Questions will be of MCQs or matching. As I said, there will be a cutoff mark for the clearing NET examination for the various categories. Then for ARS also, there will be a cutoff. But from 2014 onwards, particularly for this ARS examination, what they did was, they will give the cutoff definitely, but what they did is, they gave a ratio from prelims to mains to interview. There will be a ratio from the mains, again from the interview, they will be selecting only one candidate. For example, you have written an examination of prelims of ARS, then top 15 candidates only, top 15 candidates in that respective category will be qualified for writing your mains examination. For example, candidate belong to general category, wherein the cutoff is 50 mark, but you have cleared 55 marks. You have got 55 marks, but you are not eligible. You are not qualified for writing the mains examination. Now question comes, why it is so? But cutoff is 50. I have scored 55 marks, but still I am not qualified. The reason is, the top 15 candidates, they have scored more than 55. They have scored more than the marks which you have scored. So that is the one of the ratio which you have fixed, which they have fixed, ASRB, from 2014 onwards. Okay, 1:15, only 1:15 ratio candidates will be qualified for writing the ARS mains examination. Then prelims and NET examination, they will be of the same paper, wherein the cutoff, they will set up the cutoff. If you get more than the cutoff marks, then you will be qualified for writing the mains examination. Prelims, it will be 150 questions. That too, they will be from the core subject. To give an example, like agricultural entomology, and qualifying to mains examination, it will be in the ratio of 1:15. That means you are supposed to be in the top 15 candidates all over the India. Mains examination will be for 240 marks. It will be of subjective questions, that too from the core subject, agricultural entomology or genetic plant breeding, biotechnology, like that. So interview will be for 60 marks, wherein From the mains examination, the candidates they will be selecting in the ratio of 1:5. 1:5. If there is one post, they will qualify 5 candidates for appearing for the interview. And out of 5, they will be selecting only one candidate as an ARS scientist. Then this ARS mains examination, it consists of 3 parts. That question paper consists of 3 parts. That is part A, part B, and part C. Part A consists of 40 questions, each has 2 marks. Part B consists of 20 questions, each carries 5 marks. Total marks makes to 100. Part C consists of 6 marks, each carries 10 marks. 10 questions each carries 10 marks, which makes to total of 60. Here, 80 plus 100 plus 60, 240 marks for the mains examination, 240 plus 60 marks for the interview. Total, they will make it to 300. And out of 300, whomsoever scores very good marks in the respective categories, they will be cleared ARS examination and they will be given posting as an ARS scientist. Then how to write the answers in the ARS mains examination? 40 questions, each carrying 2 marks. Answers will be of 1 word or 1 sentence. Answers will be 1 word or 1 sentence. Examples like, who is the father of genetics? Okay, like Mendel. Then write about jumping genes. There is a concept in genetics plant breeding, that is jumping genes, which is the concept which is developed by Barbara McClintock. So we have to write about jumping genes in only 1 sentence. So first KVK established in the year. One to write. First KVK established in the year. It was in the year 1974 at Pondicherry. So define plant idiotype. Plant idiotype is one of the concepts in plant physiology. So we have to define that, what exactly this plant idiotype is all about. You have to write it in 1 sentence or 1 word. Part B question consists of 20 questions, each carrying 5 marks. Answers will be of 150 to 200 words. To give an example of these 5 marks questions, IDM for cotton diseases, integrated disease management for cotton diseases. What is the emasculation? Explain with example. Emasculation is nothing but removal of the male parts from the flowers, which is one of the important technique which is followed in pollination, especially in case of cotton. So you have to write all about that emasculation method. So define self-incompatibility and its type. What you have to do is first you have to define the self-incompatibility. It is one of the concepts which comes under genetics as well as in seed technology. About the concept is self-incompatibility, what are its different types. Okay, you have to write that. Explain wing coupling mechanisms in the insects. So this is one of the example which I have given from the entomology. So during our first course of entomology, we will be studying this about the wings, different types of wings, wing modifications, and the wing coupling mechanisms in different groups of insects. You have to write few lines about these concepts. Part C, which will be consisting of 6 questions of each carrying 10 marks, and answers will be 1 or 2 pages. No extra pages will be given. Whatever the space given or whatever the pages that has been given, you have to write within that. So to give an example of 10 marks questions, explain the nature and damage, symptoms, and IPM for the major insect pests of cotton. So this is the question, or this is the content which we write it during our UG program during the pest course. Pests of various crops. It could be field crops, vertical crops, spices, ornamentals, plantation crops, like that. So fiber crops, cotton comes under the fiber crops. Okay, what are the different pests of cotton? You have to write the damage, you have to write the symptoms, and you have to at the end you have to write the IPM, integrated pest management for the different pests of cotton. The next question, it may be like enlist the pests of stored grains. Remember friends, you have to read the questions very carefully. What he has given is enlist. You have to enlist, only enlist. Common name, scientific name, family, and the order, and explain the methods of detecting the hidden infestation of the storage pests. So this is one of the example of question which maybe appear in the examination, I have given. Definitely, it will vary with the different disciplines. So these are all the some of the books for general agriculture, those who are preparing for JRF, especially for getting their admission to post graduation through ICER. So these are all the some of the reference books which you can refer. So there is one website that is called as IRI Topper Forum. So what you can do is go to that website. A lot of notes from the different subjects has been uploaded in that portal. Okay, IRI Toppers notes, the notes from the Angro, that is Hyderabad University, notes from the TNU, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, notes from the Dharwad University, those notes from the Bangalore University. They have been uploaded in this IRI Toppers Agri Forum. So if you can go there and download the notes of your subject of your interest, and you can refer those notes for your preparation. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And student friends, if you have any queries, please try to ask. I will try my level best to answer. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. So student, is there any difficulties? Please ask to Dr. Rajkumar, sir. Yes, student. Or you can put it in chat box also.
Yeah, you can put it in chat box as well, or you can unmute, or you can talk. There is no problem at all. But feel free to interact, feel free to have interaction, because this is one of the very good opportunity which the College of Agriculture Dhule has given, the fraternity of College of Agriculture Dhule has given the students to have interaction. They will
Yes, Kavita Patil. Kavita Patil, are you want to ask something to Dr. Rajkumar, sir?
लाईनच्या मध्येच छान येतं माहिती का माझं
Yes, Kavita Patil. Miss Kavita Patil. No. Okay.
or you can put it in chat box as well.
Prithviraj. Prithviraj. Durishetty Prithviraj. Any difficulties or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah,
No,
ask
sir.
it. No. Okay.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, sir. I think they don't have any difficulty. So we take the 5-minute breaks and then start the next session.
Okay. There is one question in the chat box. Exam pattern of JRF examination by someone by like Saurav. Exam pattern will be, as I said, it will be, the questions will be consisting from the allied subjects, that is general agriculture, about nearly about 50 questions. And other questions, they will be from your core group, which you have chosen. Okay. And the pattern of examination will be of MCQ and the matching. This is the only. Okay.
Any more?
I think no questions from the student side.
Yes.
97 participants. Very good strength.
Some people have joined through YouTube, sir.
Okay, okay. So but you are supposed to have the queries. Let me tell you, friends, uh, because you have a very good opportunity. Sir, we will meet at now. The time is 10:06. So
After 5 minutes, sir.
sure. After 5 minutes, we will join. Again, the next
Okay,
the
sir.
students that they will be prepared. There is one question in the chat box: how to prepare for ICR, JRF, and MCR, PGCAT simultaneously. You can prepare
Two
simultaneously.
questions are there, sir.
Yeah, you can prepare simultaneously both for ICR, JRF, and MCR examination. Because whatever the content you are reading, whatever the content you are reading by referring the class notes of your 4 years of degree, or the different reference books which you are referring it for, definitely the questions will be from the material which you are referring. Definitely there will be questions will be from the these notes or the reference books only. So you can prepare simultaneously, there is no problem. Prepare for JRF and also apply for the MCR examination of the state. So you write for that also. So, but sometimes when I had an interaction with the students of Maharashtra, sometimes the students, they are having a problem of getting the subject of their own interest when they go for MCR examination. So it again depends upon the rank you get it in the MCR examination. So if you are having a very good rank, then only it is possible for you to the get the admission in the interest of your subject. So that is one of the thing which we need to. It is one of the worry part for the students actually. In JRF exam, current affairs, how to study? Yes, definitely. You are supposed to study the current affairs related to agriculture. Current affairs related to agriculture, because there are so many journals, there are so many magazines they are available, which will be publishing the information, current information, what is going on about agriculture, that you can refer. One of the magazine is like Pratyogita Darpan. Okay, Pratyogita Darpan is one of such magazine. You can make a note of it. So which will publishes the information about agriculture, recent information about the agriculture, so that you can refer. There are so many magazines available, so you can refer.
Sir, one question on YouTube. Can we
Sir.
start the preparation? Can we start the preparation from first year? And how to manage the time?
So yeah, as I said, you are the person who is going to decide what I am supposed to do it, how I am supposed to do it. Okay, you are the person. So when to do it and all, it again, it is your choice. Uh, but what I suggest you is, prepare. If you are getting an ample opportunity, ample time to prepare, so if you start your preparation from the first year itself, so it will give a very good time for preparing for the JRF examination. You can, but you are the ultimate personality to devote your time to your coursework, regular coursework of your degree, and to devote time for preparation for the JRF examination. So if you are getting in time, so you can prepare, there is no problem at all.
Okay.
Is there any site for current affairs available on the internet? Uh, about the site, there is no as such a site, but sometimes there are so many WhatsApp groups and all, from IRI. So where they will be floating the current information about agriculture. So, and from my side, I am also one of the member of those WhatsApp groups. And whatever the information I am getting it on WhatsApp, I will pass it on to Mahale sir, definitely, so that he will be circulating it to all the students of the college. Definitely, Sir Mahale sir, I will take that responsibility. Whatever the current affairs that are floated on WhatsApp groups and all from the IR and all, or maybe in the scientist groups. We do have
Yes,
our
sir.
own
Sure,
scientist
sir.
group.
Sure.
So I will pass it to you so that you can circulate to the students.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. One more, sir, question is there.
Hmm.
What is the proportion of entomology, nematology, and general agriculture? Or is it fixed to every year?
About the questions,
The proportion they ask about the proportion
proportion of questions,
question.
maybe, yeah, proportions of questions. So definitely it vary year to year. Okay, so some years nematology they will ask only one or two questions. Sericulture they will ask one or two questions. But I have seen and even I had an interaction with my junior friends wherein more than 15-20 questions they were from the nematology, because the student during their preparation they will neglect the nematology part, literally neglect the nematology part, and they will concentrate on only entomology, apiculture and sericulture. And if that be the case, they will be losing many marks, because more than 15 questions, 20 questions they were from the nematology subject. So during our preparations, you should not give the weightage. You should not give the weightage to any of the subject. You should consider that each and every subject is equally important. It could be entomology, nematology, apiculture, sericulture, or plant food, whatever. You should give an equal weightage, equal preference. Then only it will be possible for you to write each and every question. Okay, or otherwise, if you give more preference to entomology, nematology, entomology, apiculture, sericulture, and if you neglect nematology, and for your bad luck, if many questions they are from the nematology, you will be losing many marks. Let me tell you, you have to give an equal preference, equal weightage to each and every subject.
Okay, sir. So we take
We will break.
break.
We will meet at 10:20.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So we will be live only. Okay. We will no need to read. I will make that only.
Student, so we will meet at 10:20. So please be connected with YouTube or as well as Zoom. We will start the
And
next session. Yes,
the
sir.
next section, the next session will be on entomology exclusively. Most important questions I will be discussing, based on my
Yeah,
experience
yeah.
or the experience of my friends, and it will be of more of a text kind of thing. So don't feel bored. It is the most important. I feel like, though it is looks like a text, I tried my level best to animate it in different ways, so you should not feel bored. Okay, so it will be a text kind of thing, and it will be exclusively entomology. Okay,
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
we'll meet at 10.
Yeah. So we will take the 5-minute break, and then we start our next session, especially for entomology. Okay. So don't we lose the connections. The student, don't we lose the connections. Be connected with the YouTube as well as the Zoom. Sir, can we start the next session?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So,
Student, the,
sometimes
the next-
in
yeah, sir.
between
Continue, sir.
there is some
Continue.
problem of the connectivity. In between there is a problem of connectivity. I don't know how to solve the problem. So anyhow, we will begin with the next session. Sir, please, sir. Mahale, sir.
Yeah, sir. So student, the next session, especially for entomology. So we start from the history and development of the entomology. And this lecture also conduct, I would like to invite Dr. Rajkumar sir again to continue the next session. So sir, please continue the next session, especially for the entomology.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mahale, sir. Slides are visible.
Yes, sir, visible. And you also audible also, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, in the current session, we will be discussing exclusively on agricultural entomology. So, what are all the different aspects of agricultural entomology, or what are the chapters of agricultural entomology in the syllabus? And chapter wise, we will be discussing some of the important content, let me tell you, which is very much essential to read and prepare for the exam. Okay, so that we will be discussing. So, as I said in the previous presentations, that syllabus will be, then I have bifurcated that syllabus into different chapters. It could be like apiculture, sericulture, land culture, vectors of plant diseases, because we do have some of the diseases, the viral diseases, which are transmitted by the insect pests, and insect pest of stored products, biological control, host plant resistance, innovative approaches in pest management, insect morphology. So, these are all the important reference books for the students who are preparing for agricultural entomology, different authors. It could be an essence of agricultural entomology. So that I will be discussing at the end. That is one of the book which I wrote, which I felt was the most important resource material to refer it for preparing for the JRF examination. And Triple E, which is the Bible of entomology, I call it as Elements of Economic Entomology by Vasantraj David, Applied Entomology, Then IPM book by G.S. Dhaliwal and Arora. There are different sets of books. These are the reference books you can refer. Then there are important books for general agriculture. Okay. Then we will begin with the history of entomology. So with respect to the history of entomology, as you know, entomology is a Greek word. Entomon means insect, logos means the discourse or the study. And the mention about these insects was observed in the Sanskrit writings in the form of patanga, which means moths, brahmara, shatpada, pipilika means ants, and makshika means bees. And there was a mention about the different group of insects in the Amarukusha, one of the ancient writings, where they mentioned about the importance of different group of insects. Sushruta especially, he has made a mention of pipilika, that is ants, and he has given the detailed about the ants. And there was a mention about the madhumakshika. So in different reference books. So this is for your information, the history of agricultural entomology from the ancient time till the modern. And there was a mention about the laksha, that is laksha in Sanskrit means thousands of insects. Okay, laksha, wherein this word is specially referred with the lakh insect. So for getting a particular quantity of lakh, so you need hundreds or thousands of insects. There was a mention about this lakh insects in the Sanskrit literature, and they mentioned it as a laksha. And you are all aware that Kauravas constructed a house of lakh with the help of it is Purochak to destroy their cousins, that is Pandavas. Okay, so that house was made from the lakh, which was highly flammable actually. And there was a journal, that is Systema Naturae, which was published in the year 1758. That is the 10th edition of Systema Naturae, published in the 1758 by Linnaeus, where they mentioned about 12 Indian insects. Okay, then the Indian Museum, which was working on the insects, at Kolkata, then Bombay Natural History. So, and with respect to the modern entomological aspects, the first entomologist to the government of India was Lionel de Niceville. So, before I go into the coming slides, let me tell you, these are all the most important content or the questions which were appeared in the previous ICR, SRF, JRF, or ARS or NET examinations. So, because of my experience and the experience which I gained by having an interaction with my senior friends, junior friends, so these are all the things which I considered they are the important content to read it for the examination, because the probability of asking these questions will be more. Okay. Then Professor Maxwell Lefroy succeeded the Niceville in the year 1903, and he is the entomologist to the government of India. The Professor Lefroy, Imperial Agriculture Research Institute, where he was a professor. And Maxwell Lefroy was considered as the first imperial entomologist. Professor Lefroy, he published 2 books, Indian Insect Pests and Indian Insect Life, in the year 1906 and in 1909. So especially this question was frequently asked in the NET and the ARS examination. NET and ARS examination, and sometimes in the JRF examination as well. So Punjab was the first state to initiate work on agricultural entomology in the year 1905, followed by the Madras state. Currently it is Tamil Nadu in the year 1906. And in the that institute exclusively working on the lac insect was established in In 1939, there is one institute called as the Locust Bargaining Organization, located at Jodhpur. One presentation was selling PPQ opportunities at PPQ. It is Directorate of Plant Protection. Is located at Faridabad in the year 1940. And to work on the honeybees, there was an Beekeepers Association. All India Beekeepers Association was established in the year 1939. And in 1938, Entomological Society of India was established and is currently at IRI, New Delhi. And if you consider the total number or the population of insects, there are about 350 million years ago. The insect appeared on this earth at about 350 to 500 million years ago. And these insects will be contributing to 75% of all living organisms. And one such word which we do here during our preparation is about plant quarantine. That is, which will regulate the import and the export of the planting material or any of the material, which was established in the year 1912. And there is one more act that is called as the Destructive Insect Pest Act, DIPA in short. DIPA, it was established in the year 1914. Insecticides Act of 1978, Insecticide Rule of 1971. And there was one insecticide testing laboratory which was established at Faridabad. Malaria, which is one of the diseases transmitted by the insects, and for the management or the control of this disease, there was a National Malaria Control Program which was launched in the year 1962. There is one Vector Control Research Center. As I said, the insects, they do play a very important role in transmitting the diseases caused by the different microorganisms. So for the control, there is a one institute which is located at Pondicherry. And with respect to the transmit the malaria disease caused by the Plasmodium vivax, the scientist who has been associated with this malaria was Ronald Ross in the year 1897. He has proved that malaria is transmitted by the Anopheles, which is caused by the Plasmodium vivax. So first Indian to become an imperial entomologist was the Hemsingh Pruthi. The first plant protection advisor to the government of India was Hemsingh Pruthi. The first director of plant protection quarantine was Hemsingh Pruthi. And these are some of the historical aspects about the entomology. If I keep on reading, I feel like it will be a boring kind of thing. But these are all the most important things which you are supposed to refer, which you are supposed to remember, let me tell you. So just I will be scrolling it down. But important things, if there is an important things, I will be there and I will try to explain. Berliner is a person who has been associated with isolation of BT, that is Bacillus thuringiensis. One of the most important question. Okay, DDT, especially, that is dimethyl trifluoroethane, that is okay. It is synthesized by Othmar Zedler in the year 1874. And discovery of the property of DDT, the person who is associated was Paul Muller, and he has been awarded a Nobel Prize in the year 1948. Okay. So, father of insect physiology, Wigglesworth. And in India, that sugarcane woolly aphid, the first time it was reported in West Bengal in the year 1958 in sugarcane. The first commercial product was sporine. The first field release of was in the year 1986. And with respect to India and with respect to the cotton, for its commercial cultivation, it was released in the year 2002. So all these questions were appeared in one or the other examinations of ICR, JRF, SRF, or NET, or the ARS examination. So these are some of the historical aspects. So just will keep on scrolling. So I will share these slides with you. As I was telling in the beginning, there are different chapters: apiculture, sericulture, lag culture. So I will be going chapter wise. We all know it deals with the study of beekeeping or bee rearing, and with respect to the domesticated species of honeybees, which comes to three, that is Apis florea, Serena indica, and mellifera. Wild species, there is nothing but rock bee, that is Dorsetta, Himalayan bee, Apis laboriosa, black dwarf bee, and reniformis. As you all aware, that honeybees belongs to the family Apidae, of superfamily Apoidea. Dammer bee, mosquito bee, it is also called as mosquito bee, or it is also called as the stingless bee. This is Trigona iridiopennis, belongs to the family Meliponidae. Sugar in the plant nectar, the nectar, okay? I'm not talking about the sugar present in the honey. It is about the sugar present in the plant nectar, is sucrose. Okay, these are the characteristics of Apis dorsata. So no need to read. These are the characteristics of Apis florea. So the important point to consider is the largest of all the honeybee species is the Apis dorsata. Okay, and the yielding ability that you have to remember. Apis florea, honey gathering capability is also important. So these are the other characteristics of Apis arana indica. And about the Himalayan bee, that is the Himalayan cliff bee, it is also called as, that is Apis laboriosa. It is one of the largest wild species, okay, largest wild species of honeybees in the world. It is about measuring about 3 centimeter in length, and its nest will be located in 2,500 to 300,000 meters of altitude, where you will see hundreds of combs, in a particular locality, hundreds of combs suspended from the cliff. And from a single comb, you can harvest about 60 kg of honey, and it's a very good pollinator of apple. So these are some of the characteristics of the black dwarf bee, that is Apis underniformis. And these are the characteristics of dammer bee, that is Trigona iridipennis. And these are some of the important aspects, the content of apiculture. It could be like when the Apis mellifera was introduced in India. Okay, it was in 1962 from Italy. What type of antennae, and the place where we keep the honeybees there, it is called as the apiary. And the most important point we need to remember here is the number of hamuli present in the anterior margin of the hind wings of the honeybees is about 25. Hamuli, now the question comes, what are these hamuli? They are spine-like structures which are present on the anterior margin of the hind wings, which will help in the flight, that is the wing coupling mechanism. And their number, the number of hamuli, it is about 25. And number of malpighian tubules present in honeybees is around 100. These are some of the things, okay. Length of the proboscis, definitely the proboscis length will vary from caste to caste, that is workers, drone, and the queen. This is the most important point. You have to read it during your preparation. Then this is about the shape of the mandibles in different castes, ovipositor in different castes. Okay. So again, a composition of royal jelly. Royal jelly, it is nothing but a feed which is synthesized by the worker bees. The young worker bees, 2 week old, they will be secreting the royal jelly to feed the young ones of the honeybees. So this is the protein content of royal jelly is about 15 to 18%, lipids 2 to 6%, carbohydrates 0.7, ash 1.2%. So this is also one of the important content of apiculture you have to remember. And this is egg laying capacity of honeybees about 500 eggs per day. Okay, then again the communication in honeybees, that is round dance and wagtail dance. The honeybee specific gravity. So these are all the important aspects or the content of apiculture chapter. So the honeybees, they are also attacked by the different insects like greater wax moth. You have to remember the scientific name. Lesser wax moth, scientific name. So there are different insect pests which are attacking the honeybees. There are different diseases of honeybees. It could be like Acarine disease, how it is caused, what is the causal organism, where it was found, when it was found. All these are the historical aspects. American foul brood, European foul brood, white chalk brood diseases caused by the different microorganisms. Okay, so these are all the some of the important things. Carl van Fritsch, again, he is the most important person to remember. Carl van Fritsch is the person who has discovered the honeybee language, the communication in honeybees, for which he has been awarded Nobel Prize in the year 1973. Okay. So these are all the important contents to remember. So at the end of the apiculture chapter, which appear in the examination, the insect, the honeybee species which which makes the nest of multiple combs, These are the species: Apis apis, Koshwanonke, and Apis mellifera, Apis tincta, Apis newliensis. These are all the honeybee species which will make the nests of multiple combs. And single comb making honeybees, they are the black dwarf bee, Apis binghami, and Apis breviligula. So these questions were appeared in the previous ICR, JRF, SRF examinations. This is all about sericulture. So I don't want to go in detail about this one, because I'm going to share the slides with Mahade sir. So the research institute which are exclusively working on sericulture, these are all the research institute like Central Sericulture Germplasm Research Center located at Hosur, Silkworm Seed Technology and Laboratory located at Bangalore, Seribiotech Research Laboratory located at Bangalore. So like that, different research institutes spread across India working on the sericulture aspects. DFLs, that is disease-free layings, we call it as. So, and these are all the diseases again of silkworm: pebrine disease, muscarine disease, flatchery, grassery. And also you need to remember the synonyms of these diseases also. It is called as the Thottaroga as well. This is the Kannada term actually. For the flatchery, they do also call it Thottaroga. They don't give flatchery disease. Remember these synonyms of these diseases. Grassery, they will give Halutonde disease. They won't give grassery disease. So in that condition, you have to remember these synonyms to attend the question or to make the question right. Okay. And this is all about lac. Everyone knows about lac, what exactly this is. It is having two major strains, Kusumi strain and Rangini strains, which are inoculated. These are all the periods of inoculation and the harvesting. So depending upon the season, they have been given the names Kusumi and the Rangini. And the Rangini strain contributes about 90%, Kusumi about 10% of the total lac production. And mode of reproduction in lac insect. This is also important content to remember. And what is the chemical composition of the lac? So this is also important part. Then Lax Research Committee was appointed in the year 1921, and because of the recommendation of this committee, this National Indian Institute of Natural Resins and Gums, Indian Lac Research Institute, was established, and this is located in Namkum of Ranchi. So this is all about the lac culture. And the next chapter is about the storage pests. So as I said, this is one of the important chapter to remember. They will ask they will ask scientific names and the family, especially family. They won't be asking the common names and all. Will be giving the common name. For example, cigarette beetle belongs to the family. A drugstore beetle belongs to the family. So like that, and they are classified into internal feeder.
Wait for some time. I think connectivity problem. Okay, students. So the Dr. Rajkumar have some network issue. So we start our next lecture. Dr. V.K. Bhamre. He will be joined within some time. We will be start the lectures. He will discuss about the characteristics of the phylum Arthropoda, structure, features of important arthropods groups. And before that, it is my duty to introduce our speaker. So wait for some time to join him. Hello, hello. Welcome, sir. Dr. Bhamre, sir, welcome.
Hello, am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
आवाज येतोय, sir. Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. Welcome, sir. First of all, I welcome to you. So, student, Dr. V.K. Bhamre, sir, is working as a now he is working as a head of the department at College of Agriculture, Latur. So, welcome, sir. And I will request you to start the session and give guideline to our student regarding how to prepare regarding entomology for JRF examination. Please, sir. Continue, sir, please.
हॅलो
Yes, sir.
डॉक्टर मी शेअर करतोय स्क्रीन.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible?
ओके ओके थँक्यू. So good morning, everybody. Friends, today I'm very pleased to deliver a lecture in the tutorial classes which are organized for you by the, hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Audible. Sir.
Okay. By the College of Agriculture, Dhule. Friends, today I'm going to talk on characteristics of phylum Arthropoda, their structural features. Friends, first of all, I want to tell you that how many arthropods are there on this earth, and when first time these were appeared on this earth. So globally, it is found that globally more than 5 to 10 million arthropods are there, which are accounting 80% of the kingdom Animalia. And these arthropods were first appeared in this world around 450 million years ago. And these are the animals which were likely the first animal to do so. Here, let us see the position of kingdom, position of phylum, place of phylum Arthropoda in the kingdom Animalia. Friends, if you see this chart, then you can see that here, this is the Arthropoda, phylum Arthropoda. So there are total 10 phylum under kingdom Animalia, and phylum Arthropoda is here. So if you see the common fundamental feature, we can see that phylum Arthropods are the true coelomates, means those have true body cavity. These are bilaterally symmetrical, and those have well organized tissue organ system, and these are the multicellular animals. So even though there are 10 different phyla, amongst which we are today going to deal with the phylum Arthropoda. So to whom you can call the phylum, call the arthropods. So what is the definition of arthropods? So friends, arthropods are the bilaterally symmetrical. So these are the animals which are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic, metamerically segmented, with coelom, which are reduced and modified, and their body is covered externally in chitinous exoskeleton, which mold periodically, and their appendages are jointed. This is the most important feature. Arthropods, arthro means jointed, pods means appendages. So these are the animals, all the animals whose appendages are jointed are put into the common phyla called arthropods. So these are the different important features. One by one, we will see these features, what it is meaning. Friends, the first and most important character that phylum Arthropod have, that the animals from phylum Arthropoda are bilaterally symmetrical. If you see, there are different types of symmetry are there. Spherical symmetry, radial symmetry, bilateral symmetry, and asymmetry. So these are the animals. Those have bilateral symmetry. Means if you cut the arthropod, any arthropod, take the example of insect, spider, crab, if you cut it from its middle line, you will get two equal half. And those two equal half are exactly the mirror images of each other. This is the meaning of bilaterally symmetrical. So all the arthropods are bilaterally symmetrical. This is the most important and fundamental character these arthropods have. Second, arthropods are triploblastic. Yes, very important. Friends, during the embryonic development, the embryo develops, produce 3 germ layer. So ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. So if you see, there is you will see the cross section of 2 different organization. So triploblastic animal, this is the cross section of triploblastic animal, and on the side you will see the cross section of diploblastic organization or diploblastic animal. So in triploblastic animal, or the animals, those have triploblastic germ layer, in which you will see the outermost layer, that is in the form of ectoderm, that is followed by mesoderm, and the inner layer, that is the endoderm. And inside the inner derm, there is a body cavity. However, here if you see, in case of diploblastic animal, or the animals, those have diploblastic, in the is missing. So these are the animals in which you will see 3 germ layer, 3 layers. So this is the meaning of triploblastic animals. So arthropods are truly triploblastic animals. It means that during the embryonic development, these produce 3 layers in the form of ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. Third important feature which we are going to learn, that arthropods are if you observe the body of insect, you will see that it is made from conjugation of, by joining different segment, and each segment is alive. So that is somite. So insect body segment is also called as somite. So arthropods are metamerically segmented. Here you can see that these are the metamers, or these are the somites. So this is nothing but the repetition of structural subunits. Then the fourth important character, which we have already seen while observing, while studying the place of arthropod in kingdom Animalia, that these are the animals whose body organization is of organ system level. So these are the multicellular animals, and their body organization is in the form of organ system level. So in arthropods, you will see different organs, and different organs develop different system. So like the alimentary canal, digestive system, excretory system, reproductive system, excretory system, respiratory system, and these systems are formed from different organs. So different organs work for common function, and that develops a particular system. For example, digestive system. So in digestive system, different organs are there. So foregut, midgut, hindgut, and again in it, there are different organs like pharynx, mouth cavity, pharynx, esophagus, prof. So then in the midgut, there is a proventriculus, then the gastric sticky, ileum, colon, rectum. So what in hindgut? So these different organs work for common function, that is for the digestive purpose. So it means that these are the animals whose body organization is in the form of organ system level. Then the next character, that the arthropod body is covered with thick chitinous cuticle, and that forming the exoskeleton. Very important. Friends, you know, arthropods are actually the blessed animals on this earth, because even though they don't have the endoskeleton in the form of bones, cartilages, even though their life is possible only because of their body wall. Their body wall is in the form of chitin, and it acts as an exoskeleton. And you know, cuticle, it is the outermost layer of the body wall is in the form of cuticle, and that is made from chitin and protein. And this gives the strength. So it is like the shield. It provides the shield to the insect or to this arthropod animal, and that is why these animals are get protected from the external forces. Then the next character, that body segments usually bear lateral and jointed appendages with varied function as jaw, gills, legs, etc. So friends, arthropod itself indicate arthro means jointed, poda means legs or appendages. So these are the animals which have the appendages in the which are jointed. So legs, if you take the example of leg, so leg is made up of different parts. So it consists of basal segment, that is coxa, trochanter, femur, tibia, tarsus, pretarsus. If you take the example of appendages, head appendages, or the appendages, those are appeared on the head region, that is antenna. It consists of scape, pedicel, flagellum. So these are the different appendages which are jointed. Okay. So this is a special feature. And with this feature, this whole phylum is known worldwide. The next character, that body is divisible. Yes, generally, arthropod body is divided into head, thorax, and abdomen. So if you take the example of insect, you will see that the insect body is divided into head, thorax, and abdomen. While in other arthropods, sometimes head and thorax may fuse together, and that forms cephalothorax. Take the example of spider. In spider, if you see, in spider, they have the cephalothorax instead of separate head and thorax. If you take the example of here, the prawn. In prawn, see, they have cephalothorax and abdomen. While in case of the centipede, millipede, their body is divided into two distinct parts, head and trunk, multi-segmented trunk. So this is the very important feature, that body is segmented and it is divided into the different parts like head, thorax, and abdomen. While there are some insect or there are some arthropod in which the head and thorax often fuse to form the cephalothorax. Then musculature. So friends, arthropods are the blessed animals. Those have musculature. It is in the form of striated muscle, striped muscles. Okay, they don't have the continuous muscles. Okay, but it is comprised of separate striped muscle, and these striped muscles are capable of rapid contraction and relaxation. If you see the wing movement, so in this figure, I have shown the two different insects. So one insect, that is dragonfly, and another is a fly. So if you see here, there are two types of muscles: the vertical muscles and the horizontal muscles. So when one muscle is contracted, other is relaxed, and when other is relaxed, first one is contracted. So this contraction and relaxation of pair of muscle help in the movement of a different appendage. Then arthropod here, the next character which I want to discuss, that these animals' body is hemocoel. Okay, body cavity is in the form of hemocoel. It means they have true coelom and is reduced to spaces of genital and excretory organ. So the body cavity is in the form of hemocoel, okay, and which is filled with the fluid that is called as hemolymph. Friends, what is the difference? You know, there are different types of animals based upon their body cavity, or animals can be categorized into different category based upon the body cavity. So a coelomate, in which you will not see the coelom, true coelom. Then coelomate means insects, you will see the body covering in the form of ectoderm, then tissues in the form of mesoderm, and the endoderm in the form of different the vital organs like digestive system. And in between that, the coelom is there. See here, this is the body cavity. While the pseudocoelomate, in these animals, they don't have, the cavity is there, but that is not true cavity because they don't have the true cavity. Okay, so hemocoel is primary body cavity that contains the circulatory fluid of arthropod, and that fluid inside the hemocoel is known as hemocoelic fluid. So only thing you should remember that arthropods have body cavity that is called as hemocoel and which is filled with the hemolymph. Then the next character, okay, arthropods consist of the digestive system, which start or which begin with mouth and ends into anus, and mouth parts adapted for various modes of feeding. So if you see here, I'm tried to exhibit the digestive system present in different arthropod. Here you will see the digestive system of the hexapods. So it consists of foregut, midgut, and hindgut. Here there is the digestive system of spider. See, here is the mouth, then you will see the stomach, and then this is the digestive tract, and here is the anus. Then here in this figure, you will see the digestive system of scorpion. So here is mouth, then the alimentary canal, anterior intestine, posterior intestine, hindgut, and finally it ends into the anus. Then this is a digestive alimentary canal present in the centipede. Then you will see, so it means that all the arthropods have well-developed digestive system, which begin with the mouth and it ends into the anus. And these also have very good, well-developed mouth parts, and these mouth parts are adapted for feeding different types of food. You know, insects are feeding on diverse quality of food. They can feed on plant, leaves, stem. Some of them are feeding on the juices. So accordingly, mouth parts will be developed. Then in case of spider, mouth parts are developed for predatory purpose. Then in case of crab, the mouth parts are developed for feeding the different animals. So this is how we can say that in all the arthropod, digestive system is well developed. Next character, which I am going to now discuss, that is, arthropods have circulatory system that is in the form of open system, or that is called as open circulatory system. So friend, there is a difference between closed circulatory system and open circulatory system. So insects and all the arthropods have open circulatory system, means their hemolymph or their body fluid is freely floating inside the body cavity, that is hemolymph, bathing different organs, and those have dorsal heart and arteries, but they don't have capillaries. Here you can see this is the arthropod. So if you see, this is the dorsal aorta. You will see dorsal vessel is there. Anterior is dorsal, that is aorta, and the posterior multi-chambered heart. Okay, only blood is flowing through this dorsal vessel. Okay, so it is just pumping organ. While throughout the body, inside the body cavity, you will see the body fluid, that is the hemolymph. So while in case of higher animals like human being, they have closed circulatory system, and so blood is flowing from heart to different vessel, then to artery, and then finally it is going through capillaries to the different tissues and cells. But in all the arthropods, you will see the open circulatory system. Here, the next character, that respiration in arthropod is taken place either through body surface or through gills in aquatic form, or trachea in case of terrestrial form, and buccal lungs particularly in case of spider. So respiratory system is well developed. In case of aquatic insect, respiration taken place either through body wall or through gills. So you can see in case of mayflies, in case of the mosquito larvae, you will see the gills, the tracheal gills or abdominal gills or the caudal gills. And these gills, through the gills, they can breathe. Okay, they can take the oxygen and they can release the carbon dioxide. While in case of parasitic insect, they can respire through their body wall. They can take the oxygen from the host body and they will release the carbon dioxide into the host body. Then in case of terrestrial animals, terrestrial insect, terrestrial arthropod, either they have trachea. So trachea, that is the here you can see the tracheal system. So it consists of trachea, and these tracheas are open through the spiracle into the environment, and by which the exchange of gases taken place. However, in case of the spider, you will see instead of tracheal system, they have buccal lungs, and here you can see the buccal lung that is marked by the pink color. Then about the excretion. So friends, phylum arthropods, animals from phylum arthropod, they do not have the nephridia. But till excretion occur, and the excretory organs are either in the form of green glands or coxal glands, or in the form of malpighian tubules. You know, in case of insects, hexapods, in case of the arachnids, they have well-developed malpighian tubules, and these malpighian tubules help in the excretion of nitrogenous waste from the body. However, in case of the aquatic insect like prawn, then in case of the shrimp, in them they have the green gland, and with the help of these coxal gland and green gland, they can excrete their nitrogenous waste from the body. Even in case of centipede, they have well-developed Malpighian tubules. So it means that excretory organs are well-developed. Those are either in the form of Malpighian tubule or coxal gland or green gland. Then the next important character, that is, arthropods have well-developed nervous system. So nervous system is typically annelidian. It is decentralized. They have decentralized nervous system with dorsal brain connected with the nerve ring to the double-stranded ventral nerve cord. If you see here, you will see the nervous system or central nervous system of different arthropod. So here, this is the central nervous system of the insect. Then here you can see the central nervous system of the crab, then spider, and the scorpion. So the most important feature that arthropods have, all the arthropods have well-developed nervous system, and that is decentralized one. So central nervous system is decentralized. Yes. In all the arthropods, sexes are well developed. Sexes usually separate, means these are dioecious animal, means they have separate male and female individuals, and in separate individuals, separate male and female reproductive systems are developed. And they have reproductive organs and ducts, which are mostly paired. So if you see here, so ovaries are paired ovaries, testes are paired testes. Here also, so this is the reproductive system of female and male hexapod. Then you can see the reproductive system of the aquatic crab or aquatic animal, hexapod. So, but the common feature which is observed in all the arthropod is that sexes are well developed. They are usually separate, and that is why arthropods are also called as dioecious animals. Again, there are some important features. Fertilization, yes. In all the arthropods, during mating, male and female reproductive organ comes together, and from male, sperms are transmitted to the female reproductive tract, and internally fertilization occurs. So fertilization is internally, okay, it is not external. This is the most important feature. Then reproduction is either the insects are oviparous, or the arthropods are oviparous or ovoviviparous. It means that oviparous, oviparous means those will produce young, and ovoviviparous means eggs are given, and immediately from those eggs, the young ones will come out. So reproduction either in the form of oviparous or ovoviviparous form. Sometimes there are some arthropods in which you will see the spatial mode of reproduction, that is in the form of parthenogenesis. Means reproduction taken place, means female can produce the young ones even in the absence of male individual. So without mating, when arthropods reproduce, that is called as parthenogenesis. So development is usually indirect through the larval stage. The next character, that cilia are entirely absent from all parts of the animal. You will not see any cilia on entire body. Okay, means these are the animals on which cilia are absent. Then the next character, that sensory organ. Friends, sensory organs are well developed. Those are in the form of eyes, either simple or compound eyes. Chemo and tactile receptors are also present. Balancing and auditory organs are well developed, means sensory organs are well developed, and this will help them in understanding the environment, okay, to pursue the stimulus from the environment through the sensory organ. So this make their life easy. So if the sensory organ would not present, then it will be very difficult for any arthropod to survive on this earth. So I have already told you that these arthropods are the blessed animal on this earth. And in this manner, in this sense, I want to tell you the one of the important feature that make them superior is that they have well developed sensory organs. Okay, so we have only the simple eyes, but insects have simple eyes also. They have compound eyes, and they have different types of receptors developed on their body for perceiving the change in chemical, then change in then they can perceive the stimulus of the touch, and some organs also help them in hearing, okay, auditory organs. So like the Johnson organ, tympanum, then some organs are the balancing organ by which they can balance in the air. You know, in case of houseflies, the second wing pair is modified into the halter, and that is also called as balancing organ. Then the important feature that is observed in all the arthropod, that parental care is well developed, that is well marked, that is well developed. So all the arthropods, in all the arthropods, you will see the well developed parental care. Most diverse group, these animals are most diverse and observed everywhere. These can be observed. These are terrestrial, those can be aquatic, and some are aerial also. So these are the most diverse group inhabiting the land, water, and air. So friends, this is all about the different characters of phylum Arthropod. Now let us see how phylum Arthropoda is classified. So phylum Arthropoda and its various groups have been classified differently by different workers. But here I am going to talk only the classification that is given by Wendell, Snodgrass, and the Stronger. Okay, so we are going to follow the classification given by the Snodgrass here. Friends, if you see, this is the photograph of Snodgrass, who is also known as the father of insect morphology. So if you see the classification of phylum Arthropoda, then you will see that 80% are the hexapods in phylum Arthropods. So one by one now we will see. So first subphylum of phylum Arthropoda, that is Trilobita or Trilobitomorpha. The meaning of Trilobitomorpha, that is, tria means tree, lobes, lobe, morphe means trombe. So these have the tree like lobes. Okay, so these are represented by only fossil trilobites. Now these animals are not observed on this earth. Only you will see their fossil. Okay, all forms are marine, and these are observed in the seawater. Body is divided into 3 lobes. Okay, and if you see, this is the example of the Trilobita. So this is the Trilobita. Okay. The next subphylum, Cheliceratta. Cheli means claw, Cheron means horn, and Atta means groups. So these are the animals, those have whose body is divisible into anterior cephalothorax, or prosoma, and posterior abdomen or opistosoma. Okay. Prosomatic appendages, 6 pair. First pair of preoral chelicerae with claw with feeding in function. The second pair of appendages are postoral pedipalpi, and followed by 4 pairs of walking leg. So they don't have antennae and true jaw. So 4 pairs of legs means chelicera, the spider, mite. In them, you will see the 4 pair of legs, means 8 legs are there, astapad. Okay, and the most important feature that is observed, that they don't have antenna, but they have true jaws, mostly terrestrial or predaceous in nature. Under this class merostoma, the example of then subclass. So we don't have much time. So I will, hello, because next speaker may be ready. So here, instead of going in detail, I will only try to tell you the example of the different class and subclass. Okay, so this subphylum Chelicerata classified into first class, that is merostoma. Under this first subclass, that is Ziposura. So example is horseshoe and king crab. So this is a king crab photograph. You can see this is the example of Ziposura. Sword-like tail. If you see, the Zippo means sword, Zippos means sword, Ora means tail. So these are the animal whose tail is sword-like. So here you can see the sword-like tail. Okay, an example is king crab or horseshoe. Then the second subclass, that is Eurypteria. Eurypterida. Euryp means broad, ptera means wing. So here, actually, this is also these animals are also vanishing, or these animals are also wanting on this on this earth. These are aquatic, and the example is sea scorpion. So here, this is the sea scorpion. You can see, actually these are not now present on this earth. Okay, these are the extinct animal. So these are the extinct marine animal. An example is sea scorpion. Then the next class, the Arachnida. Arachi means spider, Ida means like. So you know the feature. These are the most of the arachnids are terrestrial or aquatic in nature. They have simple eyes. They don't have compound eyes. Prosoma bear 6 pairs of appendages, 1 pair of chelicerae that is used for feeding, 1 pair of pedipalpi, and 4 pairs of walking legs. No appendages are observed in the abdomen. Trachea, book lungs or book gills are the respiratory organs. Then excretion occur by the coxal gland or Malpighian tubule. Sexes are separate, dioecious, mostly oviparous, and courtship before mating. Development is direct. So under class Arachnida, first order, that is Carponioda or Carpions. Example is the true Carpion. So this is the true Carpion. Okay. Then Pseudocarpia. This is the Pseudocarpia, false Carpion, Cheliferous species or macro Criagris species. Okay. Then the next order, that is Palpigradi. The example is microwhip scorpion. So this is the microwhip scorpion. Then Solifusi. These are also called as false spider, or commonly called as sun spider or wind spider. Then next order, that is the example of Amblypygi or Pyrenitida. The common example is the tailor whip scorpion. So this is tailor whip scorpion species, Charinus species. Then order Europygi. Common example is whip scorpion. Here you will see the whip, tail-like structure is there. That is why it is called as whip scorpion. Then next order, that is Aranidae. Actually, the true spiders are grouped under order Aranidae. The body consists of, if you see the features, these are common spider you can see. The first spider, this is the photograph of a writing spider. Then second one is the horse spider. Then third one is the wolf spider. And the last photograph is of funnel web spider. And these all have are called as true spider. Their body consists of presoma and opistosoma. Presoma and opistosoma without visible segment and jointed by narrow pedicel. Prosoma bears 6 pairs of appendages. Chelicerae 2, jointed with poison duct in terminal claw. Simple leg like pedipalpi, used for transfer of sperm in male. Opistosoma with 3 pairs of spinneret, no telson. 8 eyes are arranged dorsally in 2 rows on carapae of the prosoma. Respiration taken place by book lungs or trachea or both. So here these are the common spider which you can observe in your field or in the houses or on the different crops. Then the next order, that is Racinulae. Actually, these are rare one, very small, tick-like and heavy-bodied arachnids. Next is, this is the this spider is called as daddy log leg spider. If you see, the legs are very long, and that is why this spider is look like the harvest man, or it is also called as harvest spider or the daddy long leg spider. Then next order, that is Acarina. So under this Acarina, the common examples are ticks and mites. So mostly these are free living or parasitic in nature. And so this is the mite and this is the tick. Okay, mite and tick. So these are grouped under Acarina. Then class Hacnogluidia, okay, commonly referred as sea spider. Okay, the Pycnogonida, the common example is sea spider. Then subphylum Mandibulata. The meaning of Mandibulata is mandibula means mandibles, and atta means groups. So mandibles are present. So these are the terrestrial or aquatic forms are there. Body divided into cephalothorax or abdomen, or head, thorax and abdomen. Head appears, appendages consist of 1 or 2 pairs of antennae, 1 pair of mandible, 1 or 2 pairs of maxillae. Usually compound eyes are present. Respiration taken place either gill or trachea. In aquatic form, respiration taken place through gill. In terrestrial form, through trachea. Malfigurant tubules and green gland as the through which the excretion occur. Sexes are separate. Sexual dimorphism is observed and development in larval form. So under this first class, crustacea. Crusta means hard shell. So these are the animals. Those have produce hard shell. So mostly aquatic, generally marine, but few are freshwater and few live in moist places. Generally free living, but few are parasitic form. Head often joined to thorax to form cephalothorax. covered dorsally by carapace. Chitinous animal, hard, limby exoskeleton. The legs are very also hard. 5-segmented head bearing 2 pairs of antennae, 1 pair of mandible, and 2 pairs of maxillae. So under this subclass, Cephalocarya, example is horseshoe. Then next is next subclass, that is Branchiopoda, and this is the example of fairy shrimp. Example of subclass Branchiopoda shrimps, fairy shrimp and tadpole shrimp. Then Ostracoda, example of Ostracoda is the seed shrimp. Okay. Then subclass Mestacocarida, example here you can see the Derochelocaris. Example is Derochelocaris. Then subclass Copipoda, example Calamus. Then subclass Branchiora, example Argugulus and Dolops. Then next subclass Seripedia, and here you will see the example. Okay. Then Malacostia. Okay. And then, okay, so these are the different subclasses we have studied. Now, next class, that is Chilopoda. Chilo means leaf, podos means foot. Okay, so these are the animals, those have the leaf-like foot. So includes centipede or 100-lagger. These animals are dorsoventrally flat. Body is divisible into head and trunk. So here you can see the head and the multi-segmented trunk. Head bear a pair of antennae and pair of mandibles and pair of maxillae. First leg pair or the leg first pair on each trunk segment. First pair of leg is modified into a poisonous claw. So in Marathi we call it as a gom. So mostly these are carnivorous and active, very active and predaceous in nature. Then class Symphyla, example is centipede. Okay, garden centipede. Symphyla, syn means together, phyla means tribe. So it include example garden centipede. These are terrestrial, but found mostly in damp places with humus. Slender body, divisible into head and trunk. Eyes are absent. Head bears 1 pair of antennae, 1 pair of mandible, 2 pair of maxillae. Spiracles are present on the head only. Genital appendages are situated mid-ventrally between 4 pair of legs. Example, Scutigrilla. Next class, that is Pauropoda. Pauro means small, poda means leg. These have very small leg, minute grub-like body, divisible into head and multi-segmented trunk. The soft-bodied arthropod found in dark, damp places, usually under stone, logs, fallen leaves, and in soil. Its hair bear a pair of antennae, pair of mandible, 2 pairs of maxillae. Eyes are absent. Gonopore lie mid-ventrally on third segment. Example, Pauropus. Then class Chilopoda, Diplopoda. Diplo means double. Pores means foot. Means these are the animals which bear 2 pairs of legs on each segment. These common example, millipede are also called as 1000-legger. These are elongated, cylindrical, subcylindrical, and capable of being rolled up the body. So these are very common during the rainy season. Body divisible into head, thorax, and abdomen. 5-segmented head, 4-segmented thorax, and 200-segmented abdomen. Head possesses 1 pair of antennae, 1 pair of mandible, 1 pair of maxillae. Thoracic segment with 1 pair of leg. 2 pairs of legs are present thoracic segment with one pair of leg, while on the abdomen you will see two pairs of leg. That is why these animals are called diplopods. In diplopods, they don't have poisonous claw like the centipedes. They are herbivorous, while centipedes is predaceous. Here, these are mid-ventrally gonopore is mid-ventrally situated on third abdominal segment. Then the last class, that is class Insecta or Hexapoda. Insectum, it means being cut into, means body is segmented one. Body is cut into segments. This is the meaning of Insecta. Insectum means being cut into. Hexa means 6, poda means legs. So this is a class which have the 6 legs, means 3 pairs of legs. This is the important feature these arthropods have. They are air breathing, mostly terrestrial and rarely aquatic arthropod. Body made of head, thorax, and abdomen. Head is made from 6 segments, thorax 3 segments, abdomen 10 to 11 segments. Head bears compound eyes, pair of antennae. Mouth parts are adapted for different feeding, like the chewing and biting type, piercing and sucking, rasping and sucking, sponging, siphoning. So in different insect, different types of mouth parts are developed depending upon their feeding habit. Thorax 3 segmented, which bears 1 pair of jointed leg, and it also bears the wing. Abdomen is devoid of any appendage. On abdomen, you will not see any appendage. Don't have liver, but salivary glands are usually present. Those help in the digestion of different types of food. Insects have the elongated tubular heart and divided into 8 chambers situated in the abdomen. Respiration taken place through branch trachea. Excretion by malpighian tubule. Unisexual, sexes are different. Fertilization separate. Internal fertilization. Development is sometimes direct, means you can see different types of development, like the ametabola, then metabola, exopterygota, endopterygota, or holometabola or hemametabola. So friends, this is how we have studied the different features, important feature of arthropods, and we have also classified and studied the individual feature, silent feature of different arthropod classes. Thank you. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Now it is over to Dr. Mahale.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, student, any difficulties regarding the phylum Arthropoda and its different classes? So, if you have any difficulty, so you
at undergraduate level for
yes, sir.
JRF, nobody will ask you in detail about the important subclasses and the orders of different classes of arthropods. Okay, so you should stick up to the only the characteristics of phylum Arthropoda and the characters of class, different classes of phylum Arthropod.
Yes, please ask some questions. If you have any queries, please ask to Dr. Bhamre, sir. You can also put it into chat box.
If there will be no doubt, thank you very much for inviting me for delivering today's lecture. Thank you, Dr. Mahale. I must thank you and your head of the department, Dr. Kabra sir, and I also extend my greetings to your associate dean and principal who motivate you for organizing these special tutorial classes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you to spend the time to guide our college student for the preparation of the JRF examination, especially for entomology. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I think there is no questions. Then the students, so we will meet at in afternoon session at 2 o'clock. So be joined to the our online session by 2 o'clock. So thank you everybody, and again I will thankful to Dr. Bhamre sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, students. So we will stop here for morning session. Then afternoon session will start at 2 o'clock. So you join to at 2 o'clock to the sessions by Zoom or by YouTube. Thank you.
थोडासा पुढे येतो.
Good afternoon, everybody. So now our next expert, Professor J.S. Surimishi sir. He is working as an assistant professor of plant pathology in our college. So he will be give the lecture on the classification of the fungi. So I am requesting to Professor. First of all, I am welcome to Professor J.S. Surimishi sir, and then please sir. Give guideline or give the lecture on classification of the fungi. So please continue.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is my sound clear or not? I am not
Yes,
listening
clear,
properly,
clear,
but
clear.
okay. Dear friends, welcome to the virtual dais arranged for preparation of JRF SR competitive examination related with the academic competitions. Mostly reputed exams in our agri-cost life career are JRF SRF. Those who are qualified JRF SRF are to be considered as the agri-cost scholars. Others are also scholars, but they are most eminent to be considered as a scholars. Today we will discuss about the classification of different microbes available on the earth or in the nature. Fungi, virus, actinomycete, protoplasma, phytoplasma, protozoa, nematodes. Out of which the second most disturbing and useful microbes in a population point of view is a fungi. Let us see the points to be considered regarding the classification of fungi. Before going to the classification of the fungi, we have to know what is the fungi. We are going to be from the first standard onwards, what is fungi. The representation we are learning from fifth standard onward. This standard the typical diagram of the consists of thallus, mycelia, spore fruits, spore bearing material that is spore. It is a filamentous multicellular organism consisting of cell wall which contain chitin, cellulose, and multiples of multiply or reproduce. So fungi, first you have to remember fungi are eukaryotics. Unicellular as well as multicellular, divide of chlorophyll. Their body is not composed of any chlorophyll pigment. It is a chlorophyllous organism and it's a terrestrial habitat. It can occur anywhere where congenial climate is available, and the cell wall of the fungi is composed of mostly chitin and cellular material. And reproduction by vegetative, sexual as well as asexual means. Three-way reproduction is there, but the peculiar characteristic of our filamentous achlorophyllous microorganism are multiplied by sexual and asexual means, and the body of the fungi cell wall is of chitin and cellulosic material. How we will find out the fungi in two forms: filamentous form in the molds and circular form in the what is called the yeast. The most familiar fungi in the nature with the human being is the mushrooms. There are two types of mushroom, the edible mushroom and non-edible or poisonous mushroom. The mushroom which is poisonous, it is called as a toadstool, and fruiting bodies of fungi. Saprophytic fungi which have a fruiting bodies, some types are edible, which consume as a food material, as a vegetable material, and others are poisonous or toxic. They are not. Then there are different types of fungi, puffballs, bracket fungi. They are as a saprophytic and decomposing material. That is wooden material, wooden ladder, wherever it is present, the bracket fungi are going on the wooden. Then the second type is unicellular fungi. Unicellular fungi, the yeast. Friends, there basically fungi are of two types, unicellular and multicellular. Unicellular fungi are circular. Unicellular fungi are circular, and the most classical example of unicellular fungi is yeast. In examination point of view, basically fungi are classified in two ways, unicellular, multicellular. Unicellular are yeast and multicellular are molds. Unicellular are yeast and multicellular are molds. Multi-mold. This is basic classification. Multi-molds, uni-yeast. This is strict for remembering what is the basic types of fungi and how it is to be classified. Multicellular fungi are molds and unicellular fungi are yeast. Multicellular fungi are filamentous. Multicellular fungi are filamentous and unicellular fungi are spherical, circular. This is the initial knowledge to be acquired here. The basic classification of fungi, unicellular and multicellular, yeast and mold, filamentous and circular. This is the thread of fungi, fungal. This is mold type fungi. This is not, it is the mold type fungi, filamentous body. The single thread of the fungi is called as the hyphae, and group of thread of the fungi are called as the mycelium. Here, the two types of fungi are here also. Previously, unicellular and multicellular fungi, yeast and mold. Within the multicellular or mold type of fungi, there are two types of fungi. The mycelial structure, non-septate. There is no cross wall over all the body of the thread. No cross. Mycelial structure or filamentous structure of the fungi have a hollow tube. It is a hollow filament. No cross wall out there. They are all cenocytic, non-septate, or aseptate. Is cenocytic, aseptate, non-septate. According to septation, fungi, second classification is there. The multicellular molds are classified into two forms, septate and non-septate. That is the first type is the hollow tube without any cross wall. It is filament, which is called as the thread or hyphae, which is not having any cross wall, is called as aseptate cenocytic. Then according to septate, the second group is the septate mycelium, septate fungi, having a cross walls at particular position, and the cellular structure is divided into multicellular. The hollow tube is having a constriction, septum, which having different cells, and this cell contain the nuclear material. The individual cell of some of the species can grow as a new offspring. Each of skin. So this is the basic second type of classification within the modes. Non they are called as the septate mycelium, and the first one is called as the non-septate cenocytic aseptate. Friends, you will not be asked the non-septate fungi is called as dash dash. You will not ask non-septate aseptate. You will be asked the cenocytic. The cenocytic. The non-septate fungi are called as the cenocytic. This term is used for the examination point of view. No septate, non-septate and aseptate terminology is not used. When the whole hollow tube without any septa is there, that hyphae or mycelia without any cross walls, the type of fungi is called as the cenocytic fungi. This term is used for the examination point of view. Here up to the mark, we learn about two types of the classification of fungi: cellular, non-multicellular, unicellular. And thereafter, east and west, filamentous, circular. Within the filamentous or fibrous type of fungi, there is another classification, sub-classification, septate fungi and non-septate cenocytic fungi. Got it? Anybody have a doubt about up to the mark? Are you listening?
Give the reply.
Anybody
Yes, sir.
have any doubt?
No, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think senior students have no doubt, but first year student must have the doubt. But the idea is very clear. That is the basic for required. Then hyphae make up the mycelia. Here, the senior students are already well known about the mycelia and single thread-like structure. The thread-like structure of the fungi is called as the hyphae. Single thread-like structure of the fungi is called as hyphae, and the group of these threads is called as the mycelia. Group is mycelia. But for the making of the body of the particular type of fungi, some of the fruiting bodies of the fungi are composed of hyphae, which make up the structure of fruiting body. This is the structure of fungal mycelium, which composing the fruiting bodies, that is mushroom. These mushrooms, if we have taken the cross sections of these two, we will find out the mycelial arrangement within that. The mycelia is arranged, and if we have taken the cross section of this also, we will find out the grouping of mycelial structure, that is the and that is nothing but the mycelia or hyphal structure which compose the body of the fungi. This is also mushroom. We have the lifestyle means how it's survive in the nature, feeding type of nutrition type of nature, how the fungi live on the substance, whether it is obligate parasite, whether it is saprophytic, how it absorb the food or take the food in the body from the available food material. Fungi are absorptive and heterotrophs. They require the various type of food material, not specific in nature. They are heterotrophs. They are not autotrophs. They heterotrophs. They absorb the nutrient from the host cell. So they are like the heterotrophs. The fungi is basically composed of divide of chlorophyll pigment. So absence of chlorophyll pigment in the body of fungi, it indirectly describe that fungi are heterotrophic. But how they absorb, take the food? They are taking the food in the form of absorption. Absorption organs are haustoria. Which type of organs are with the fungi absorb from the host cell? They absorb the nutrient from the host cell with the help of haustoria. This is one of the questions in the examination. Which is the organ of absorption used by the fungi for nutrition? The organ of absorption used by the fungi for nutrition is haustoria. Haustoria of the organ. Then, as a heterotroph, they exist as a pathogen mutualist as well as the saprops. Pathogenic nature of the fungi, which cause the disease to the other living being. Pathogenic to the human being, pathogenic to the animals, pathogenic to the plants. Then mutualistic symbiote. The lichen is the one of the best example, that is mutualism. The symbiotic relationship with the algae and lichen, they use each other together, and classical example of symbiosis, mutualistic symbiote in the nature. In Marathi, it is called as the pattar fool, dagdi fool or pattar fool, lichens. Relationship between algae and fungi. Then saprobes, the decomposing nature of the fungi acts as the saprobes. Saprobes decay the nutrient or plant animal residue available in the nature, that is get decomposed with the help of different fungi, aspergillus fungi, penicillium fungi. There are number of species, trichoderma species, which are acting as a saprobes, which decay the nutrient matter. This is also type of classification of fungi, as they live in the nature in the three forms: pathogen, mutual symbiote, and saprobes. In that one, mutual symbiote are beneficial as well as saprobes are also beneficial. Then characteristics of fungi, how they live. This is the unicellular fungi, filamentous fungi, puff balls. They growth in the laboratory. Likewise, the useful nature of the fungi, that is the fungi, Valoria, Agaricus, Biosporus, mushroom. Likewise, the characters will be studied one by one. The type of fungi is eukaryotes. They have a true nucleus bounded by nuclear membrane, and that's why the fungi are classified as eukaryotes, unicellular as well as the multicellular, but they have a true nucleus bounded with the nuclear membrane, and so they are classified as a eukaryote. Primary classification of the fungi put forth by the Haeckel's, that five kingdom theory. It consists of eukaryotes. The eukaryotes fungi are classified as a true nuclear bearing living organism. Second characteristic of fungi is they are non-photosynthetic. They are achlorophyllous. Cell wall, food storage. The food is stored in the body of the fungi in the form of lipids and glycogen. This is also the point of most important question: how fungi store the food material in their body? In which form food is stored in the body of the fungi? Glycogen and lipids are the most important product, which are food stored in the form of lipids and glycogen. Then water and oxygen to grow and reproduce is required for the fungi also. Fungi grow in almost every habitat. They are terrestrial, imaginable. They can grow at anywhere where congenial climate is available, from most congenial to the extreme. Saprophytic characteristics, as they are saprophytes or saprobes, feed on the dead tissues or organic waste. Whatever may be the plant and animal remains are available in the nature is decomposed by the saprophytic fungi. They can attack the tissues of the living plants and animal and cause the disease. They are also disease causing fungi are disease causing human us, but also food sources. Here is the current type of question in a pandemic situation of coronavirus. Which disease was very serious in human being? Anybody know? During the pandemic situation of coronavirus incidence, which fungal disease was dominant in human being? Anybody knows? Can remember you?
Sir, pneumonia.
Pneumonia is a bacterial disease. Mucormycosis. ज्या ज्या लोकांना कोरोना सिव्हिअर झाला त्यांच्यावर फंजाने अटॅक केला तर कोणती फंजा होती? म्युकरमायकोसिस. गॉट इट?
Yes,
आलं
sir.
लक्षात?
Yes, sir.
Yes, mucormycosis. Friends, what is the comparison of fungi attack and virus attack? The whole world was very fear about the mucormycosis attack. World have controlled the corona, but there were no measures for control of fungal infection. Once it is get established in the body of the living being, the death of the fungi is very difficult. Control of the fungal disease is very difficult. Though we are not considering it as dangerous as compared to the bacteria and virus, but once it get established, it is very difficult to destroy the fungal infection in the body of living being. Then mold spores can cause mild to serious allergies. Spores can airborne and be inhaled and trigger an allergic action. This is also another threat to the human being. Some of the fungal pathogen which get inhaled. Everybody inhales this spore, but immunity can tolerate or destroy the infection of the spore. Those persons have low immunity. They get suffered with the spore inhaled through airborne condition and cause the allergic. This is the trait of fungi as microbes and decomposers. They can decompose whatever may be present in the nature with their saprophytic action. Whatever may be the food material here, that all have been destroyed by decomposition of the fungi. Then molds, they have rapid growth. Sexual many human activities are carried out by with use of fungi. Food spoilage is there, food production is there, production of antibiotics is there. There is a number of way use of fungi is there in nature. Which antibiotic was first time produced by fungal use? Fleming. Do you know the Fleming?
Yes, sir.
Penicillium, the wonder drug invented by Fleming.
Alexander.
Alexander Fleming. See, yes, and human body. This is very dangerous. By only seeing, we can feel what is the nature of fungal pathogen, what will it cause the damage to the nature. Then fungi are sporophytic. They are spore production. There are two types of spore produced by the fungi: sexual and asexual spore. Asexual spores are produced by mitosis. Here is one question in the competition. Which type of spores are produced by fungi in a mitotic division or by the way of mitosis? Asexual spores of the fungi are the product of mitosis. and sexual spores are the product of meiosis. Examiner will not ask you about the sexual spore produced by the meiosis, but examination point of view, asexual spores are the product of meiosis. What is equational multiplication of spores? 1 to 2, 2 to 4, likewise. What is the use of spore? Here you have to remember dash is called as the unit of reproduction of fungi. Spores are the unit of reproduction of the fungi. Reproduced by spores as a reproductive cells, asexual spores, mitotic origin, and asexual spores, meiotic origin, and asexual spores are mitotic origin. Yeast. This is the classical picture of yeast, how they look in the microscope, under microscope. These are the unicellular circular to spherical cells. They are unicellular. Adapted to the liquids, plants have water films, moist animals, tissues, where the single cell are used. And what is the use of yeast? Saccharomyces is one of the classical example of the yeast. What is the example of yeast? Saccharomyces gravis is the classical example of yeast. Is a beneficial fungi. And Candida is a harmful fungi. That is yeast. It causes skin diseases in human animals also. Then human fungus interaction, beneficial effects of fungi, that is decomposition, biosynthetic factories can be used to produce drugs, antibiotics, alcohol, acids, foods, fermented products, mushrooms. Model organisms for biochemical and genetic studies. This is the beneficial use of fungi. Then harmful effect of fungi, destruction of food, timbers, paper, cloths. Animal and human diseases, toxin produced by poisonous mushrooms and within food, grains and cheese, plant diseases are the harmful effects of the fungi. In the grain, argot of bajra is the grain disease, mud of jawar, bajra is a grain disease which produces the toxins. Common human pathogen, Tinea pedis. This is common disease, and this is Tinea pedis is nothing but the fungal disease, not the bacterial, not the viral. This is the fungal disease. Then another plant diseases are there. Lichen, example, symbiotic organic organism composed of an algae and fungi. What is the lichen? What is the combo? Which are the two symbiotic organisms consist of lichen as a symbiont? The lichen is consist of algae and fungi. This is the most useful symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi in nature in the form of mutualism. Decompose the plant and animal remains in the nature. Then fungi are airborne, are saprobes, naturally occurring on the leaf surface, decaying plant material, or in the soil. This is the fungi reproduced by the spore, that is alternaria spore, having the alternate septa, cross walls, vertical, horizontal. Spores can be result from the sexual or asexual reproduction. Asexual spores produced from mycelial as well as the spore fruits. Types of asexual spores: sporangium, canidia or hypocanidium bearing canidiophore bearing canidia spore. Rhizopus sporangium is a saprophytic fungi. Chain of canidia, the spores bear by canidiophore in the chain. They are classical example of the virtual classification of fungi. The most adapted, useful, position of that is 5 kingdom theory. What is that? 5 kingdom theory. Likewise, if answer have put forth the most easy classification. His scheme of the ideal one that reflected natural relationship. In this scheme, the fungi were divided into 2 divisions, myxomycota and eumycota, true fungi and pseudo fungi. There are 2 types of fungi. Classified fungi in 2 groups, myxomycota and eumycota. Myxomycota, here no cell wall to the body, no proper shape to the body. They are plasmodium types, pseudoplasmodium or plasmodium type, without any cell wall. But the second one is the eumycota, true fungi, which body is consists of filamentous, and that is called as the true mycelium. On the basis, based on the presence of absence of plasmodium and pseudoplasmodium, the kingdom mycota, mycota means fungi, is further divided into 2 divisions, that is myxomycota. That myxomycota consists of slime molds, and eumycota are true fungi, myxomycota and eumycota. Here, initially, the question in the examination point of view is there, what is name of mycota? What are the 2 types of divisions of kingdom mycota? Or kingdom mycota is divided into 2 divisions, dash division, myxomycota, slime molds, and eumycota, true. Myxomycota, eumycota. Eu means true and mycota means fungi. That is, it ends the eumycota and myxoma are simultaneously divided into subdivisions. Subdivisions ends with the mycotina. Then class mycetes, subclass mycetidae, orders else, and family ACEAE. We are familiar with this apostrophe suffix, that is the ACEAE in a binomial classification of plants and animals. Outline of classification proposed by the J.C. Answorth. Kingdom mycota is not so important in the plant pathology point of view. The last is point of view. The disease related with the plasma mycetes, responsible of the club root of Plasmodiopora brassicae. So, in myxomycota, we will study in details, and thereafter in eumycota, true fungi, cell wall bearing fungi, is classified into 5 divisions, subdivisions: Mastigomycotina, Zygomycotina, Ascomycotina, Basidiomycotina, and Tetromycotina. Here, first 4 have both stages, sexual as well as asexual stages. First 4, Basidiomycota, are imperfect fungi, imperfect. Here, question is that which is a subdivision of fungi which is called as imperfect fungi. Deuteromycotina is a subdivision of fungi, which is called as the imperfect fungi. Because why it is called as imperfect? There is no occurrence of sexual stages or sexual type of reproduction in Deuteromycotina group of fungi. First four are having both stages, and last one have only asexual stage. Then, apart from this type of classification, first two, Mastigomycotina and Zygomycotina, are non-septate cenocytic fungi. Mastigomycotina and Zygomycotina are non-septate fungi. And Ascomycotina, Basidiomycotina, and Deuteromycotina, last three are septate fungi. This is simple classification for remembering point of view. First, what I have told you, first four are having both stages, sexual and asexual stage. Last one have only asexual stage. First two are non-septate. Remaining three are septate. This is basic requirement for the knowledge point of view. You have to remember this point for easy classification of the fungi. We will proceed next how to classify. How to mark? Hello. झोपले का रे भाऊ? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Do you got this? What is Myxo? What is Eumycota? Which is a true mycelia, true fungi in this two group, Myxo and Eumycota, which is called as the true fungi?
Eumycota.
Eumycota. Very good. Then we will go for the division kingdom mycota details. What is the features of fungi? We already discussed it is a free living parasitic mutualistic symbiont divide of chlorophyll, cell wall composed of cellulose and chitin, reserve food material in the form of lipids and glycogen. Except unicellular members, majority are filamentous. Only yeast are unicellular, all are filamentous and multicellular. Then we will study the details of division Myxomycota. That is the wall-less organism. Cell wall is not true to type, either as a plasmodium or mass of naked multinucleate protoplasm having amoeboid movement. Just like amoeba, the cellular structure is there. As a pseudoplasmodium, aggregation of septation are the amoeboid cells. Both are slimy consistency. The name is slime. There are four classes: acromycetes, cellular slime modes; hydromyxomycete, net slime modes; and myxomycete, true slime modes. And last one, the most important, is the plasmopuromycete, endoparasitic, having the disease-causing nature to the cauliflower cabbage, cauliflower novel coat. Club root of cabbage is there, and which cause the disease in the then we will proceed for the next classification, the subdivision one by one. What is the peculiarity of particular subdivision within the true you have division? Subdivision Basidiomycotina and Deuteromycotina or fungi imperfect. As per the name of subdivisions, their classification and their name is zoospore. And perfect spores, that is perfect state, they reproduce unit that is the union of male and female gamete, and they produce oospores. That is Sexual spores are ooze spores. Asexual spores are zoospore, but they are motile spore. They are also called the planospore. That is the initial information regarding the subdivision Masticomycotena. Motile spores are called as zoospores. They are asexual, and perfect stage spores are sexual spores are ooze spore. This is the primary information or peculiarity of the Masticomycotena. Then second subdivision, the Masticomycotena is non-septate. Zygomycotena is also non-septate, cynostatic or aseptate. It reproduces by means of production of sexual spore, zygospores. Sexual spores, zygospores. Then third division, sub sir. It is also fungi, unicellular yeast and multicellular molds. The most reputed type of classification of Ascomycotena is that it reproduces by sexual spore production of ascospores. Ascospore are reproduced by production of ascus and usually within the ascus. Cup-shaped spore fruits are protein body is cup-shaped. Clistothecium, apothecium, perithecium. Likewise, fruits are there. They contain the ascospore. They are always 8 in number and multiple of 4 ascospore. Then fourth one is the Basidiomycotena fungi. The yeast and septate. It also septate having unicellular yeast, multicellular molds, and reproduce by production of basidiospore. Basidiospores are the sexual spores of the Basidiomycotena. In this case, the yeast mushrooms are beneficial fungi, and the Ustillages and Eurydimes are the rust and smut causing fungi are related with the Basidiomycotena. Then last one is the Ditromycotena fungi, having yeast as well as septate mycelium and holds multicellular mycelium. Perfect stage is unknown, but reproduced by production of asexual spore, conidia, which are the asexual spore, bear by conidiophore in a mitotic division. They are produced for the survival in the nature. So this is the short classification of fungi. Division Eumycota in subdivision Masticomycotena, Zygomycotena, Ascomycotena, Basidiomycotena, and Ditromycotena. In all, first two are non-septate, last three are septate. First five have perfect stage, and last one have only imperfect stage. This is all about the classification of in short, but short of time, we will stop here. Thank you very much for listening the lecture arranged by JRF SRF cell, Dr. A.S. Mahale sir, giving me opportunity to represent myself for the classification of fungi that require knowledge for the JRF SRF preparation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, students, our next expert now, Dr. Babasaheb Phand, sir. He will be give us some guideline about the pest management in cotton is regarding to the ICR JRF point of view. So I am very happy to inform you the Dr. Babasaheb Fund is our alumni, and presently he is working as a scientist in agriculture entomology at ICAR Central Institute for Cotton Research, Nagpur. So I am requesting to Dr. Babasaheb Fund, sir, please continue the session, sir, please. Hello. हॅलो सर आवाज येतोय
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mahale sir, and good afternoon to all the participants. So the topic assigned to me is insect pest of cotton. We will briefly go through the important insect pests. Those are attacking cotton crop and how they are important from economical point of view. What are the important strategies, recent advances in their management, and also from the point of your competitive examination, what likely the questions can be asked. We can also have some sort of discussion with regards to that. Just this slide, you can have a quick snap that these are the target pests of cotton. These are the important pests, you can say. The bollworms, where you can see three type of bollworms. American bollworm is the green color, that larva you can see here. Then second one is the spotted bollworm, and third one is the pink bollworm. So these are the three bollworm species that attack the cotton crop and constitute the bollworm complex. But with the advent of BT cotton technology now, this pink bollworm is the only major menace in cotton, and these two bollworms are, as of now, they are not at all the concern of economic loss or damage in the cotton crop. Now coming to the sucking pest complex, there is a bit variety of sucking pests that attach the cotton, where you can find this is the jacid, this parrot green colored and vase shaped structure. This insect is there with two black spots on its forewings, you can see, and it has its specific pattern of zigzag or diagonal walking across the lip surface or lip lamina. You can very well identify this pest as a jacid. Then another one is white fly. This is recently major menace in North India, where it is also transmitting the lip curl virus disease in cotton. So that's why it is more damaging compared to other sucking pests. Then aphid, of course, you are very well aware of this aphid species. You can see large number of colonies on lower surface of leaf, and there is also secretion of honeydew and deposition of Capnodium fungus, that is the sooty mold, will be accumulated from the that the growth that is attracted by the honeydew. Then thrips are another important pest. They are also assuming serious proportion nowadays. Mealybugs, of course, now they are not the major pest, they are considered to be minor one. But it was a period during 2007 to 10, during which the mealybug, which was exotic one, Pinacoccus solenopsis, that has caused devastating impact on cotton economy. And it was almost for 4 to 5 years throughout the Indian cotton growing areas. It was a major setback given by this mealybug species. But now all the mealybugs that are attacking cotton are supposed to be the occasional pest or minor pest. They are under control. Then mirid bugs, they are also minor pests, not much damage they inflict to the cotton. Then other pests, those are supposed to be the minor one. This is the tobacco caterpillar, Spodoptera litura. You can identify very well from this larva. This is major pest in soybean, where it causes huge loss. But in cotton also it inflicts some sort of damage, but supposed to be the minor pest in cotton, not economically important. Then semi-looper, green semi-looper, and leaf folder. These are also another minor pest in cotton. Now, yes, of course, as I already told, these three species constituted the major bollworm complex in cotton. But as of now, the pink bollworm is the only major threat because it has re-emerged as a big menace due to development of resistance to the BT cotton. The BT genes, that is CRY1AC and CRY2AB, these two genes have failed to impart resistance against this pink bollworm. And that's why from 2017 onwards, it is causing huge economic losses to the cotton, and the BT cotton has failed to provide protection. But earlier, all the three bollworms were controlled. Now, these two bollworms are still under control, but this pink bollworm is not. So you must know which bollworm has developed resistance to the BT cotton, or BT cotton has failed to provide protection against which bollworm. So this is the pink bollworm. Pectinophora gossipella is the scientific name for this pest. Then American bollworm, of course, you know Helicorpa armigera. This spotted bollworm is Erias species, because there are two species, Erias vitella and Erias insulana. So you can go through the scientific names. I will not go in details, but I will tell you, besides scientific names, these are not the only scientific names one should remember for any pest management. One should know the bioecology of the pest, dynamics in the season, how the pest cause damage, what are the critical life events in its life cycle, and what are the weak links you can target for management actions. These are the important aspects from management point of view. So I would like to focus more on those. So if you see, this is the flared up damage whereby American bollworm larva. You can see here, this is the new squares. Before development of bolls in cotton, the first fruiting structure, it is called as squares. In Marathi, we call it as a pati. So this is the beginning stage, and if it is damaged, then they will be deformed shape, there will be destruction, and they will shade down. Heavy shading will be there. So this flared up square is, this is the peculiar symptom of Helicorpa armigera. In JRF SRF, this is the most commonly asked question. The flared up symptoms in cotton are produced by which bollworm or which of the following insects? So you must know this, the flared squares. Then typical larval feeding of American bollworm larva. If you see that this American bollworm never enters entirely inside the boll, it always insert anterior half portion within the boll, and remaining posterior part will be always outside the boll. Similar will be in case of this spotted bollworm also, but in case of pink bollworm, this is not the case. Pink bollworm is entirely internal feeder. The larva completely enters within the boll, and the entry hole will be sealed in due course of time. You cannot identify if boll is damaged or not from externally. But once it is open, then only the larva can be seen. So this is the difference between feeding habit of this American bollworm, the spotted bollworm, and pink bollworm. So here pink bollworm is completely internal feeder. It damages seed, developing seed it destroys, and the fecal matter will be filled there. Because of these fecal pellets and also larval other secretions, the lint of the cotton gets discolored or damaged. So the quality is affected, and both quantitative as well as qualitative losses are attributed by this pink bollworm. That's why it is most serious as of now. Then yes, of course, this is the moth of American bollworm, that is Helicorpa. Another typical symptom you must know, which is also asked in JRF questions, that the drooping symptom of the apical shoots. In case of this spotted bollworm larvae, if it enters into the growing points and bores within, there will be drooping of the growing points or the branches which are infested by spotted bollworm. So this is called as drooping symptom. You must know this. Square damage also by spotted bollworm. Similar to this flared up square, this damage is caused by spotted bollworm. This is the adult of spotted bollworm, you can see. Then again, you can see this pink bollworm internally. When boll is open, it larva is visible and color is itself is pink. So the name given to the insect. Then these are the damaged boll. Lint is totally damaged. You can see here. There is no any marketable lint produced. You can see here. Seed is damaged. Lint quality is damaged. And the boll is badly open. So these are the symptoms of pink bollworm. You can see. The damaged seed with circular holes made by larva filled with larval fecal pellets, and discoloration or browning of the lint affecting the quality. So then this is the moth of pink bollworm. This is also very small size moth. The bigger size moth is of American bollworm, but pink bollworm moth is also small, medium size. Then this is Spodoptera litura larva, egg mass. Always it lays in eggs in masses. That's why you can see the newly hatched neonate larva of this Spodoptera, and this is the bigger size moth with two cream colored or white strips on the forewings, easily identifiable or differentiable from other pests. So this peculiar habit of laying eggs in masses is also exploited for devising management, that is picking of the leaves with these egg masses or removal of these egg masses by hand collection and destruction, because almost 200 to 300 eggs are there in one single mass, and this insect can lay up to 1200 to 1500 eggs in its lifetime. So if you can go for hand collection and picking and destruction, then this forms the major important mechanical management method for this you can this for Spodoptera, but not the case for this other, because they lay eggs in singly or loosely. They will not lay eggs in masses. So that mechanical collection and destruction is not advisable for other pests. So this is the difference you can see. Now again coming to sucking pest, as I told how to differentiate the jacid with two black colored spots on forewings and parrot green colored wedge-shaped body. Then nymph will be also parrot green color, and these two dots, they just fairly clearly visible, but not as like this distinctly visible in case of adults. These are the field symptoms. I will tell in next slide. These are the aphids. Aphids, as they will secrete honeydew, there is deposition of this black sooty mold and affecting photosynthesis activity. Then vigor of plant is also affected. What are the different grades of aphid infestation or jacid infestation? In next slide we will see. Just see the adult of thrips, and these are the nymphs of thrips. They will preferably seen to feed along the lip, these veins, near to lip veins. They will damage. Then this is the white fly. These are the pseudopipa, or we can say pseudopipa of white fly. They won't enter into the true pupal stage, but this is the transitory pupal stage. And white colored these masses you can see from the lower surface of lip. Then mealybug, of course, it is clearly visible. This is the invasive mealybug species. How to identify this Phenacoccus solenopsis as an exotic mealybug affecting cotton? Very peculiar symptoms of differentiation are that on thorax you can see two black color spots, and on abdominal side there are two long strips, black colored strips are visible. So this is the morphological symptom you can differentiate. If there is heavy infestation, then you can see entire plant or twig heavily infested, and the field from long distance you can identify, because there is severe infestation, then wilting, drying, and we can see the visual appearance of the field is very bad, and also plant morphology will be distorted. Then definitely, if we have to go for management, whether the pest has crossed the economic threshold level or not, this is very important. Then there are certain sampling methods for surveying and assessing the level of damage. So here in case of pink bollworm, as I told, you cannot see the infestation from outside. You have to split open the bowl and see whether there is larva inside or damage is there or not. So you have to go for destructive sampling. That is called destructive sampling, which is required in case of pink bollworm. And destructive sampling means you have to plug the bowls and split open and count the infested bowls and convert it into the percentage of infestation. So then it is not possible to go for entire large area sampling. So you have to draw the sample from random sample basis. So how you can draw, at least you have to draw 25 bowls per hectare, not less than that. And sampling should be done so that you can cover entire field. Means not from any small portion or only half of the area you should not cover. To represent the infestation level in entire field, you have to survey from entire area and collect some random samples. That too, you have to collect the samples in such a way that only one bowl per plant has to be taken, not more than that. And you should not specifically or biasly pick up those are infested bowls or those are healthy bowls. It will give you wrong impression of the pest infestation in the field, and you will not be able to manage the pest accordingly. That's why sampling should be random one, unbiased there should be. Then after that, you have to open the bowls and look for the damage, whether larva is there or any damage in the bowl is there. And based on the percentage of the bowls damage, means out of, if you are collecting 25 bowls and there are almost 2 to 3 bowls, means it will around 10 to 15% damage on percentage basis it will be. So the damage level crossing 10% is called as ETL for pink boll based on the infestation in green boll. So this is another important question from JRF point of view. You can see that what is the economic threshold level for pink bollworm management. So this is the 10% infestation in green bolls is the ETL for pink bollworm. So you should know how to calculate that one. And based on this, you can give the advice to the farmer whether there is need for spraying or not. If process ETL, then you recommend spraying. If not, then you should not recommend spraying, because it would not be economical to go for spraying. Then if not for green boll infestation, then another alternative ETL for pink bollworm is the catches of the pheromone traps, the moths that are caught in pheromone traps. At least there should be 8 moths per trap per night, and that should be continuously for 3 days. If the moth numbers are continuously for 8 or more in a single trap per night and continuously for 3 days, definitely the subsequent population that would be at the alarming stage or at the economically damaging stage. That's why this is another alternative ETL for pink bollworm. This can also be one of the objective type question, or they may be asking what is the ETL based on moth trap catches for pink bollworm. 8 moths per trap per night consecutively for 3 nights. That is the ETL. Now, in case of sucking pest, what are the different gradings? Because here it is not possible to count the percentage of infestation or count the actual number of insects, because sucking pests are overlapping generations. They are very crowded, or they have aggregate type of distribution in field. In case of lepidopterans, they are very discrete distribution. You can see single individual can be seen at one place, but not the case in case of sucking pests. They will be in group, they are aggregated. So that's why we have grades for indicating the intensity of infestation level, and based on those grades you can recommend for spraying. So grade 0 indicate the healthy plant, so there won't be any kind of infestation, it is completely free. Then grade 1 will be where that population will be there, but there will not be visibly differentiating morphological aberrations, or there will not be any crinkling or curling of leaves. So plant will not show such a apparent morphological symptoms. This will be in grade 1. Then grade 2 will clearly, you can see there is crinkling and curling of the leaves, and also there is marginal yellowing has started. If you see from margins, typical symptoms of jacid damage in any crop, and specifically in cotton, if you see, there will be marginal yellowing. Initially there will be marginal yellowing, you can see it because of desapping or removal of sap from the leaf. There will be marginal yellowing, and when this grade 2 converts into grade 3, means high intensity, this crinkling intensity will be more. Entire plant you can see there is a crinkling and bushy appearance to the plant. From external long distance also you can identify. And grade 4 is the again next level, that where extreme curling, crinkling and marginal yellowing is advanced towards the center of the leaf. You can see here this marginal yellowing, here it has started, but now it has started entering from towards the mid portion of the leaf, and it will also start drying and browning. This yellowing will be initially, but it will later it will be browning and drying of the leaves, and bronzing colored leaves will be there. So this is the symptom for jacid, that grade 1 to grade 4. Similarly, in case of aphid, if you see, of course 0 grade will indicate the healthy plant. Grade 1 will be free from cupping or crumpling, means aphid colonies will be there scattered at 1 or 2 places, but visible damage symptoms will not be there. But here you can see the leaves have curled downward side, and there is heavy cupping. Cupping means if you see the shape of leaf is just like a cup shape. So मराठीमध्ये बरेच त्याला वाट्या वळणं असं म्हणतात, वाट्याच्या आकाराची cupping will be there. Then in case of grade 3, cupping of leaves on upper surface and aphid can be seen, colonies can be seen on branches or stem all over the plant. And 4 will be give bronzing colored leaves, that too along with that dull colored leaf color because of sapping or chlorophyll is removed, and colonies of capnodium, that is the fungal growth, will be attracted by honeydew. So this is the entire scenario of a high grade of aphid infestation here. Then in case of thrips, again you can see the difference in jacid damage and thrips damage, how to differentiate under field condition. In case of jacid, if you go back and see, I will show you. In case of jacid, your leaves have turned downside. The cupping or crinkling is from downside. In case of aphid also same way, from downward curling is there. But in case of thrips, there is upward curling because the cupping will be from upward side, from front side, not from the downside. And these are the typical symptoms to differentiate damage of thrips from jacids or aphids. And specifically, you can see silvery patches. They will be glistening or shining silvery patches because of removal of the sap by scraping and sucking of the juice. And then these patches later turn to brown color and leaves will be stiff and severely crinkled from upward side. Then mealybug also, there is grade 1, you can see very scattered appearance of mealybug, but appearance of symptoms will not be there. But in case of grade 2, you can see at least one branch is infested, and that branch is showing the symptoms of drooping or crinkling and drying. In case of grade 3, more than one means 2 to 3 branches, and in case of grade 4, entire plant is heavily infested. So based on this, you can grade the infestation of mealybugs. Now, this is very important to know about the economic threshold levels. At least for sucking pest, you have to count the infestation grades for at least 20 plants per acre. So here, in case of leafhoppers or jacids, at least more than 5 plants showing 25% infest means it will constitute 25% of infestation in damage grade 2 and above. Means if you are sampling 20 plants and out of that 25% means 5 plants will be showing grade of 2 and above. So that will be the ETL for jacid. And if number basis, if you go, then it is simply 6 jacid per 3 leaves. This is the ETL for leaf hoppers, but it is very difficult to sample by that way. But if you sample from the 20 plants per acre and see the grade of infestation, at least 5 plants are above 2 and infestation grade, definitely that is called as ETL for this pest. Then in case of thrips, same way, 25% infestation means out of 20, 5 plants are showing silvery patches or downward curling of leaf from mid canopy. And based on the grade 2 and above only you can say. In case of white flies, more than 10 plants means here it is 50% plant infestation. But again, count wise, if you go, the 18 white flies per 3 leaves means 6 white fly per leaf. Because in case of sucking pest, upper, middle and lower canopy, we are counting the number of insects per leaf. So here in case of white fly, 18 white flies per leaf or 6 white flies, 18 per plant and 6 per leaf. If it is the count, then that is also ETL for the white fly. Similarly, 10% infestation for aphids. And here also you can see more than 20 plants per acre showing damage grade 2 and above. So these are the different ETL levels for sucking pest. Then in case of Spodoptera, the 2 or more egg mass per cluster of gregarious larvae. If you are seeing 2 egg mass or cluster of gregarious larvae per plant, if you see, then it is a ETL. Or here also 10% plant infestation, you can see based on the percent infestation. As we told for pink bollworm, it is based on moth catches, 8 moth per trap per night for 3 days or 3 nights. and 10% infestation in case of green boll infestation, as we discussed earlier. So these are the different ETL levels for the pest management in cotton. Now we will not go in again here. Then what are the different management strategies for cotton pest? We will start from the beginning of the season. We have to choose sucking pest tolerant genotypes. Why? Because it will reduce the heavy insecticide load during initial vegetative stage. If we go for heavy spraying during initial 40 to 50 days, then it will lead to resistance development and resurgence of sucking pests, specifically jacid and whitefly in cotton. That's why one should choose sucking pest tolerant genotypes. Those are recommended for particular zone, because in India we have 3 distinct cotton growing zones. One is North India, where Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan are there. In case of Central India, we have Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, some part of Orissa. And in case of South cotton growing zone, we have Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. So total 10 cotton growing districts are there in our country, that too divided into 3 distinct cotton growing zones. So zone wise, there is recommendation for the cotton cultivars to be selected. Then good quality seed from you have to trusted sources you have to take, because courier seed may be susceptible to sucking pest, and you know what is the outcome of susceptible variety. If we use, it will succumb to the sucking pest, and initial vegetative growth itself will be affected. Later stage, the reproductive stage, it won't be able to produce enough quantity of bolls, and that won't be converted into economic yield. So that's why these are the important things. Then in case of BT cotton, we are growing BT cotton for last more than 15 years, since 2002. Another important point you should know, that from 2002, BT cotton is introduced in India for commercial cultivation. This is also one of the important question very frequently asked in competitive examination, which is the year during which the cotton is approved. The genetically modified cotton is approved for commercial cultivation in India. So it is the year 2002 when single gene BT cotton, that is BG1, is approved. But again, subsequently BG2 is approved in year 2006. So almost it is also more than 15 years, we can say. We are growing BT cotton for more than almost around 20 years. If we can count from 2002, it's 2022 now. So for last 20 years, we are growing BT cotton. So the another important thing is that why pink bollworm has become resistant to the BT, because we have not adopted the refuse strategy. So here, this is also important question repeatedly asked: what is refuse and how much proportion of refuse is recommended for growing in cotton? So refuse is nothing but in BT, at least if you are growing 80% area under BT cotton, compulsory 20% area should be under non-BT cotton, so that the selection pressure on the target pest will be lower and they will feed on this 20%. Your 80% will be under no pressure from the that population will not be under pressure from the BT, and they won't go for development of resistance. This will delay the resistance development to BT. But farmers have not complied with this refuse planting, and the result is with us that pink bollworm is now no more resistant to this transgenic cotton. Pink bollworm is resistant to the transgenic cotton, and there is no protection for pink bollworm against this BT cotton. So destruction of cotton stock and weeds during off season and in season. If we consider present situation, the cotton season is almost at end. So it is prime important that one should go for destruction of residues, because the cotton bolls, those are infested, they will harbor the this dormant stages of pink bollworms, also the mealybug also, and the carryover of this pest also will be to the next season. So that has to be destructed. Then intercropping as a pigeon pea or other crops like sorghum, maize, it will act as a physical barrier for mealybug. Additionally, pigeon pea will act as a refuge for Helicoverpa armigera, because BT is having toxin which kills the Helicoverpa. So if Helicoverpa feeds on BT, it will lead to the development of resistance. Pigeon pea will help to support the development of helicoverpa. It won't go to the BT cotton and there will be delay in resistance development. That's why this kind of management measures have been suggested. We know that yellow sticky traps are very effective means to control sucking pest, especially whitefly. Very effective means for whitefly control. We can monitor the population and also manage accordingly, because monitoring purpose we can have at least 8 traps, yellow traps per acre. But if you go for management purpose, at least should be more than 20 traps per acre, so that you can manage. But at least monitoring will also be sufficient. Based on this, you can take decision. If population process ETL, you can alternatively go for spraying of insecticides. Those are recommended for whitefly. Then here we suggest not to grow for cultivation of okra or bhindi crop around the cotton, because leaf hoppers and spotted bollworm, these are the common pests for okra and cotton ecosystem. And that's why compared to cotton, this spotted bollworm and leaf hoppers prefer the bhindi crop, and this will help to heavily population build up and incidence on cotton crop also, which are grown in the vicinity. That's why this should be avoided. Then during early stage, one should not go for spraying of insecticide. And this semi-looper, leaf folder, these are minor pests. You should not go for specifically spraying against this, because they will be taken care while going for this pest. If we spray for this pest, automatically these minor pests will be taken care. No need of spraying for this pest. Those are minor one. Then disposal of uprooted infested plants or weeds in water channel or common place, because this is the carrier. Water channels will act as a carrier for mealybug, and it will lead to fast spreading of the mealybug from one field to another or one area to another. So that's why infested plants should not be disposed improperly. They should be buried into the field or burned after uprooting, so that the inoculum will be destroyed. Then movement of farm animals to be restricted for mealybug, because along with farm animals and cotton stalk or residue stubbles from one place to another, it will also reduce the spread of mealybug infestation from place to place. Then retooning of the crop. We know we always recommend for preventing the further or ratoon of cotton in view of pin bollworm management, because lengthier season of cotton will harbor the pin bollworm. Because of new flush that is coming, the pin bollworm larva will be multiplication will be there, and resistance development will be faster. Mealybug will also harbor on the cotton crop, which is maintained for longer period in the field. Then crop rotation is very important to manage the stem. We will even also manage the pink bollworm, because pink bollworm is the monophagous pest of cotton. If you want to break the chain of life cycle of this pest, then one should always go for crop rotation. At least after every 2 years, one should grow for other crops than the cotton. Then during initial vegetative stage, one should not spray pyrethroids or mixture of any insecticide during the window of 60 to 90 days. Initial period of crop growth, one should not go, because it may lead to resistance of insecticide resistance in insects. So that is also very important. Then timely termination of crop. Then timely termination means what? In case of Maharashtra or in case of Central India, we prefer December end or January mid. That is the time for terminating the crop. One should not extend beyond that, because these are the bollworms which may harbor into the extended crop, and for next season their carryover is carry forward. So that's why we want to reduce it. So timely termination is one of the important. Then before you go for sowing of crop in the next season, there should be deep plowing. Why deep plowing should be there? Because expose of the dormant stages like larvae in infested bolls or dormant stages like pupa, they may be exposed to the sunlight by plowing, and sunlight in summer will be a highly scorching one. So the dormant stages will be killed by solarization. Then another important thing is that birds, we can see they are following the plowing fields. This is very common seen in India, that when there is a plowing or any farm operation is being done, the birds are following the fields, and they will be picking up those stages of larva or pupa. They will be feeding on them, and thus this is also one of the natural biological control method where you can reduce the inoculum to the next season. Then of course, in case of spotted bollworm, as I have already told, there is drooping symptom can be seen on growing points when the larva enters into the tips of growing points. Then such infested terminal shoots can be removed where you can see the infestation of spotted bollworm. So this will further check the infestation, and we can prevent the spread of the pest. Collection and destruction of egg masses, that is also discussed earlier in case of tobacco caterpillar, that is Spodoptera. Then collection and destruction of infested bolls, those are badly opened or improperly opened. Then grazing of cattle, sheep, goat after last picking is very important. So in case of pink bollworm. Then of course, these are some of the natural enemies. If you follow the IPM practices on list use of recommended insecticides, definitely you can find large number of natural enemies that are present in cotton ecosystem. But farmers don't allow these natural enemies to establish because of heavy spraying of chemical insecticides. But with IPM strategies, those are following, you can see large number of natural enemies including predators and parasitoids. They are appetizing on the cotton insect pest. So this is the Australian ladybird beetle. Then Chrysoperla carnea, that or Jastrovis silomi, which is the new name for this species. Then Chilomenes sex maculata is another 6-strip ladybird beetle because it has 6 strips, 3 from this side, 3 from this. That's a sex maculata, means 6 strips are there. Then spider mites are there, spiders are there, predatory spiders. These are the species. Skimnus is another ladybird beetle species which is feeding. Then important parasitoids of mealybug. Why mealybug has now kept under control? Because this Aeneaceus bombavali, now the name is changed to Aeneaceus arizonensis. So this is the important natural parasitoid which causes almost 70% parasitism in mealybug. And that's why nowadays mealybug populations in cotton ecosystems are under check. Besides this, the minor certain other parasitoid species in cotton ecosystem that are found on mealybug are Gitonides, perspicax, then Metaphicus species is also there. Anagyrus kamali is another important mealybug parasitoid. Aprostocytus species, Acerophagus papai, this is parasitoid of papaya mealybug. Paracoccus marginatus, which has also caused havoc in papaya and other fruit crops, also in cotton. Then Promocidia unfasciati ventris, this is also another hymenopteran parasitoid. So these are the parasitoid complex you can find on mealybugs. So this is the Aeneaceus bombavali. This is the parasitoid which parasitizes naturally the colonies of mealybug. You can see mummification, dark brown colored bodies of mealybugs. Those are infested with this parasitoid, and plant can be recovered successfully. Even though we inoculate artificially, then release the parasitoid, it will cause the parasitism. After a few days, you can again find that parasitoid plant is again regained with its vigor and health. So this is one of the important parasitoid in cotton ecosystem. Then some of the insecticides I will show in another presentation. But one should know about the grading of the pesticides, because one should not always go for this red label pesticides, because according to the World Health Organization, they are under hazardous category, this red and yellow color. So that's why these are not recommended in general in cotton ecosystem. Specifically, we recommend with blue color, those are moderately toxic, and more specifically, if the infestation are not much higher, then we always prefer green label pesticide. Those are relatively safer to the environment and other non-target organisms. Just give me 5 minutes, I will show you another presentation, which is preferably in Marathi, but definitely it is more meaningful because I don't have a ready-made presentation in English as we deal mostly with farmers. So I will show you. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
ठीक आहे, आपण थोडंसं आता मराठीतनं सांगतो मी, कारण हे पिंग बोलम रिलेटेड आहे आणि स्पेसिफिक मॅनेजमेंट आहे. सगळे स्टुडंट मराठी आहेत की नॉन मराठी पण आहेत?
नॉन मराठी पण आहेत सर काही.
ठीक आहे, आपण हिंदीत पण घेऊ अल्टरनेटिव्हली. ऍक्च्युली काय याच्यामध्ये सगळे प्रेझेंटेशन हे फार्मर रिलेटेड असल्यामुळे मराठीत आहे, रेडीमेड इंग्लिश प्रेझेंटेशन नाही आहे माझ्याकडे. बट at least with that earlier presentation you have got overview of the cotton pest, and specifically you would have come to know that pink bollworm is now no more resistant to bt cotton. So you can see here the pink bollworm is no more resistant to bt cotton. If you see the pink bollworm, its native origin is Indo-Pakistan region, you can say, and it is one of the damaging pest in cotton, very destructive. You can see here the boll is open and then only you can see the larva, pink colored larva with damaged seed inside, and the lint is also discolored. The length of the staple is also broken because of chewing by larva. So this is qualitative and quantitative loss by pink bollworm. It feeds mainly on cotton seeds. If you see here, seeds are damaged, and the infestation of this pest is mainly from mid-season, not from the beginning of season itself, because as it is bollworm, it won't. And in case of helicorp and spotted bollworm, they usually feed on vegetative parts also if the bolls are not there. So that's why that drooping symptom is there, or in case of leaf feeding is there by helicorp armigera. But this is not the case for pink bollworm. It is highly specific to the bolls of cotton, at least reproductive parts. So squares onwards it can feed, but not on the vegetative parts like leaves. From mid-season means after 40 to 45 days only the squaring starts in cotton, that is before bud stage. Then the flowers are during 50 to 60 and bolls form during 80 to 90 days onwards. So that's why mid-season is the timing for beginning point for pink bollworm. And as and when the cotton season grows or proceeds, the infestation goes on increasing. So that's why we say termination of crop by timely, because if you keep the crop for longer period, the infestation goes on increasing. That's why. And that too, one of the important thing here, we can see the pest remains hidden within the bolls. And that's why you cannot notice the infestation from external visual inspection. That's why destructive sampling is the method for pink bollworm infestation assessment. So that's why you have to cut open the boll and see the infestation. Then important IPM strategy for pink bollworm. If you see what are the important IPM technologies that I already discussed there, but now here more specifically I will tell you what exactly it is there. So here we will suggest the community-based approach, because it is not the role of single farmer or single village, because pink bollworm moths are traveling across the 4 to 5 kilometer distance with air. So if one farmer is adopting IPM and another is not, or one village is adopting and another is not, definitely there is no use of, or entire exercise will be futile. That's why collectively with community approach, you have to go for IPM implementation, whether it is timely termination, timely sowing, whatever another refuse planting or other IPM measures you have to follow in community approach basis, at least a group of villages. And that's why you must be knowing zonal sowing for niche fly of sorghum. That is same principle is here, because in single village or single farmer basis, you cannot have the visible impact of the IPM technology. So here we have to go for community based approach. Then what is the community based approach, and what exactly is the first and foremost IPM strategy? That timely sowing. With the beginning of season, one should go for timely sowing. That too for central zone where Maharashtra falls. We usually go for rain-fed cotton. We have very less area under irrigated cotton, more maybe 10 to 15. But remaining 80 to 85% area in Maharashtra or in central India is under rain-fed condition. So that's why we should not plant unless and until there is sufficient rainfall. And that to pre-monsoon sowing, wherever irrigation is there in 10 to 15% areas, pockets are there in Dhule, Jalgaon, then in Buldana, Akola and Nanded districts, where people go for planting pre-seasonal cotton during April, May, which is not the recommended one. This is the one of the for pink bolom menace in cotton, that farmers are growing Purva Hangami or pre-monsoon cotton. That should not be done. Then one should go for quality seed, that already told me sucking pest tolerant, because during initial vegetative stage, we should have good crop stand, and then only the reproductive stage, there will be ample quantity of bolls and good quality of yield can be harvested. Now then, if crop is of 40 to 45 days, because before that there is no infestation of pink bollworm, but once crop is of 40 to 45 days old, it starts producing squares, that is flower buds. So there onwards pink bollworm can have infestation, because it infests the squares also, flowers and bolls. So from that onwards, first strategy is to install the pheromone traps at the rate 2 per acre. I am telling for monitoring purpose, means just to see the population has crossed ETL or not. If you have to go for mass trapping, then the number is more, at least 20 to 25 traps per acre are required. Yeah. Costly affair. So that's why for monitoring purpose, only 2 traps per acre are required. That too from 45 days onwards, when squares are produced on the plant. Then just see the ETL level that I already discussed, 8 moths per trap per day or night, continuously for 2 to 3 days. That is called as ETL based on the pheromone trap catches. Accordingly, you have to go for management or spraying, that I will tell you here. Then you have to change the lure also at specified period. That is for company to company, that lure validity will be for 45 days or 60 days. That you have to see on that packet, and accordingly go for changing the lures. Then this is in general the life cycle of pink bollworm. If you see the moth after emerge from pupa, within 1 to 2 days it starts laying, because it will take 1 to 2 days for its mating. Then after mating it will start laying eggs, but eggs are not in egg mass like Spodoptera as you have said. Eggs will be loosely spaced. They are loosely spaced and mostly on the hairy structures of the leaf axils. At the base of leaf axils or tender parts of the plant, they will be laying. Within 4 to 6 days, will hatch into the larva. Larva go through distinct 4 larval stages. You see, initial larva is not of pink color; it is cream color or white color. So one may get confused with this, that whether this is pink bollworm or not. But you should know that first instar larva never look like pink color. But as and when it went through different stages, here light pink, then here somewhat moderately, and this is dark pink colored or brick colored, you can see larva is there. Within 15 to 20 days, larval period is completed, it enters into the pupal stage. This pupa not necessarily always into the soil, because in case of Helicoverpa armigera or Spodoptera, pupa will be in soil. But in case of pink bollworm, either in damaged gall, within that damaged gall itself, it will pupate, or it may drop down to the base, near to the base of plant, and in debris or fallen dried leaves, it may enter into pupal stage, or maybe in soil. It will depend upon the larval behavior, or case to case it may. These are the 2-3 different pupal sites. Again, within 8 to 10 days, the moths will be emerging, and so likewise 35 to 40 days will take for one life cycle of pink bollworm to complete in a season based on the temperature. So after 45 days of crop, the first and foremost IPM strategy is that we should go for preventive spraying, because in case of this corona or COVID, we are taking preventive vaccination. Means that is before infestation. So this is also preventing is means before infestation. So whether there is pest infestation or not, one should go for spraying of NSK 5% or neem oil 5 ml per liter. This will help to prevent the moths from laying eggs, or even if eggs are laid, it has ovicidal action also. It will prevent the eggs from hatching out of the larva. So both way it will help to reduce the initial infestation. So this is preventive spraying, one should go for that. Then as and when there is squares will be converted into flowers and flower buds. If there is infestation by pink bollworm in case in flowers, the flowers will not be opened as like healthy. You see, the flower is just like hibiscus flower or bindi flower, bell-shaped flower will be there, healthy. But if infestation by pink bollworm, it will convert into rosette flower. This is one of the important question asked in JRFs, that rosette flower is the typical symptom of which bollworm in cotton. So this is rosette. You see, what is rosette? This is flared structures in case of flower petals. Why? Because the larva is feeding inside, it is damaged, so there is no normal opening, and it is just like rosette. मराठी मध्ये आपण त्याला डोमकळी असं म्हटलं जातं. Rosette means what? The rose flower bud which is not yet open. So this is looking like rose flower bud which is not open, and that's why it is rosette. खोरटल्यासारखं दिसते म्हणून मराठीत त्याला डोमकळी असं म्हटलं जातं. If you open manually, then you can see here, just I told एकदम फिकट कलरची लार्वा तुम्हाला या ठिकाणी दिसेल पहा. सहजासहजी ती दिसून येत नाही. You cannot see very easily. You have to specifically look into the base of flower near the stamens and anthers. Entire stamen and anther portion has been eaten by this larva, and there is no chance of development of bolls from this kind of infested flowers. Why? Because stamen and pollens, anthers, those are the structures of male and female structures of flower. They are destroyed. So there is no fertilization, there is no embryo development or seed development and further boll development. So this is the mechanism by which it damages to the flowers. In case of severe damage, just you can see these are the stamens and anthers, pollens, they are damaged by pink bollworm larva. So this is the larva within here. So it is called as, so this is one of the IPM strategy. Again, next at this rosette flower, you have to pluck and destroy. Don't retain those infested flowers on the plant itself, because it will harbor the pest and next generation will be produced here. So as and when you see the rosette flowers, one should go for picking and destruction of the rosette. This is another IPM strategy. Then coming to next, once from healthy flowers, bolls will be developed. So, but the bolls will be infested by pink bollworm. How you can notice? In case of infestation on green bolls, rind surface will have some sort of holes. They are called as exit holes of the pink bollworm. Either fully grown larva will come out from this hole and enter into pupa near the base of plant, or if the larva pupates within the boll itself, the moth will come out of this exit hole. So it can be either way, you have to say. So this exit hole appearance on the rind of boll is the indication of pink bollworm damage, but it will not be visible unless and until larva or moth has come out. So how to notice the infestation if exit hole is not there? Then you have to split open. That is called destructive sampling. So you can see inside. Here you see larva is feeding. This is third instar larva because pink color is not much dark. Here it is fully grown. This is also fully grown, but here the damage, entire contents within the boll are damaged. So this is green boll infestation. If it is also 10% based on random sampling, it is considered as ETL is crossed, you can go for spraying. Now, if bowls are open, now this is bowls, then later bowls are open and lint is ready for picking, means harvesting. Then that stage infestation, how you can judge? The grading of infestation, you can see the grade A indicates, means there should be one more grade also. I have missed to present here. All the 4 locules, if you see bowl is open, it has 4 different compartments. It is called as locules. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 different compartments, and each compartment is called as loculi or locules. So here 3 locules are with healthy lint or healthy cotton, but 1 is damaged. Means here at least if you consider it as 100%, so 25% is damaged here. Then here 2 are healthy, 2 are damaged. You can see 50% damage is there. Here again 1 locule is healthy, but 3 are damaged by pink balloon. So as and when the season proceeds, the intensity of infestation goes on increasing. This is the indication. Here 100% damage means all the 4 locules, they have been damaged. There is no healthy lint within the bowl. So this is called as intensity of pink bollworm infestation based on locule damage to the cotton. Then what is the ETL, Arthik Nuksan Patri? So here I told 10% green boll infestation based on random sampling. So you can recommend. Then what are the recommendations? In earlier presentation, I have no shown the insecticides to be sprayed. Just to see the window of crop growth, then what is the recommended insecticide, then what is its dose, and what is the time of the spraying, means at what stage of crop one should spray. If you see days after sowing, then these are 0 to 45. For pink bollworm, there is no need of spraying. Why? Because the square or flower starts coming after 45 days only. So before that, there is no need of spraying for pink bollworm because it won't affect the crop before 40 days. Then at this stage, I told that one should go for preventive spraying. Whether there is pink bollworm or not, one should go for neem oil and neem seed kernel extract along with detergent powder. So this is the proportion. And at this stage, स्क्वेअर फॉर्मेशन स्टेज, मराठीमध्ये आपण पात्या लागण्याची अवस्था म्हणतो. दिस स्टेज दॅट इज प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह स्प्रेइंग ऑफ दिस नीम बेस्ड इन्सेक्टिसाइड, and we are avoiding any chemical insecticide till 60 days. Just you can see here in my earlier presentation also I told don't spray any chemical insecticide before 60 days. Even for sucking pest, if you have question in your mind that what to do for sucking pest, you know that BT cotton seed is already treated with imidacloprid or thiamethoxam, which are neonicotinoid insecticides, and there is no need to spray for 30 to 40 days because the seed treatment itself will give protection. If you go to spray for sucking pest before this 40 days, it will lead to augmentation of resistance development because already seed treatment is there and you are also putting the pressure due to spraying. So one should not go for that. Then 60 to 90 days window of crop growth when there is flowering to boll development. Initial small boll will be there and mostly the flowering stage. So this is Profenophos 50 EC at 30 ml. This is the dose per 10 liter of water we have seen. If you have to convert per liter basis, it is 5 ml. This is 3 ml. Then quinolphos 20 ml. You can alternatively, I am saying Profenophos or quinolphos during this window at either 3 ml or 2 ml per liter. You can go for spraying. Then 90 to 120 chlorpyrifos or indoxacarb, or alternatively, if you have not sprayed Profenophos or quinolphos, any can be done, and the doses are here. This is the 90 to 120 is boll development to boll maturation stage. This is the stage. And 120 days onwards, boll starts matured and boll busting, means the lint will be open and you are ready for harvest of your cotton lint. So at this stage only you can go for pyrethroids. Those are recommended. I already told before 100 to 120 days, one should not go for pyrethroid insecticide because they will augment the resistance development in pink bollworm also and sucking pest also. So if this is the IPM strategy, that crop growth stage wise, how we can go for use of insecticides. Pyrethroids not at all before 100 to 120 days. Then chemical insect, any chemical insecticide at least before 60 days one should not use. If need is there, then go for neem oil based or neem based safer insecticides. for sucking pest and even pink bollworm also. So this is the window-based IPM strategy. Then nowadays, though it is not part of our IPM, but boll rot is also similar way causing damage. This is a disease. This is not the pest. But the mechanism of damage is same way. Outer side you cannot see the damage, but once boll is open, you can see there is rotting due to bacteria. This is not due to pink bollworm. You can see here there is rotting, dark browning, and oozing of sap also. So here this boll rot, there are certain recommended fungicides for boll rot management. They are as per the CIBRC label claim. So at 60 days, you have to go for random sampling for boll rot. If the infestation is more, you can have one spraying at 60 days as a preventive, and if need persists, then after 15 days, second spraying can be repeated. Definitely, one should use label claim insecticides. That is very important. Why label claim insecticide is very important? Because there is only permission for use of insecticide. Those are mentioned on that label and also approved by CIB and RC, that is Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee of Government of India. So label claim is very important. What exactly is label claim? I will tell you which insecticide, which crop, and at what dose. This constitute the label claim. Means for which pest we have to use, for which crop we have to use, and at what dose it is recommended for use. It is approved for use. That is called label claim. And safety measures while spraying, they are also very important one, because the cases of accidental poisoning by insecticide spraying are increasing day by day. And that's why one should be cautious about while handling of the pesticides, that protective clothing and all these safety measures have to be followed. Then I already told that further or returning of cotton should not be taken. Your crop termination, timely termination should be done in December or January itself. Extend your crop beyond that. So detailed account is here that we used to write a popular article in Agro1 for the farmers, that why one should not go for further or returning and why timely termination is important. So then pre-monsoon sowing is also one of the reason for pink bollworm infestation. That's why we should avoid the pre-monsoon sowing so that the first generation of pink bollworm will not be established there. So that is another important thing. Then I told you that if the picking is over but cotton stubbles or stalks are still in the field, don't keep the stubbles for a long time. But before turning them or before uprooting, at least one time you should allow your animals, farm animals like bullocks or cows or sheep and goats, to graze into the field. Why? Because they will eat the infested bolls. The bolls will having the larvae within that, they will be destroyed. So inoculum of the pest will be destroyed and the pest infestation for next season crop will be minimized. So this is called as destruction of infested residues of crop by grazing of animals. Then another important thing is that one should destroy the residues and the disposal should be proper one. Many farmers allow the residues to lie on the field burns itself. So this is very wrong practice, we can say, because these stubbles may have infested bolls or larvae or pupa in dormant stages. So next season readily they will transfer to the fresh crop and cause infestation. So this is another important thing we should have. Then as I told, this is community based approach, not only farmer or not only single village, but entire stakeholder community, means those who are involved in cotton production chain, right from ginning mill owners, because after harvesting your cotton is likely to stored in ginning mills or market yards for a long time till it is ginned properly. But it may have some infested seeds, and in that seeds may have some larvae in dormant stages or pupa. So the next season when crop is grown, the infestation from the ginning mills will be spread to the nearby areas and then further spread to the other areas. So that's why this market yard premises or ginning mill premises should also have installed the light traps or pheromone traps there, so that post season or after season, the whatever moths they are coming, they will be caught here and infestation to the next season will be reduced down. So this is called community-based approach. Means entire stakeholder has to join the hands to get rid of pink bollworm. Then this is also I have discussed, and I told that birds are following the farm operations. Why? Because exposed stages of insects, they will be picked by these birds and they will be destroyed, specifically the pupa or larva of pink bollworm or other bollworms. Then also due to strong scorching sunlight in summer, they will be destroyed. Then in case of fungal diseases like wilt and others, the spores will also get destroyed due to exposure to sunlight. So this will help to destroy the dormant stages of pest and diseases if you go for deep summer plowing. This is important IPM strategy for cotton pest. Then I have discussed this one also, that one should go for crop rotation, not to grow cotton continuously over the period of time, year after year, but at least to break the chain of life cycle of, just see here, breaking the life cycle chain, you can adopt the crop rotation and it can be very well effective means of this one, we can say, managing the pest. So if you go by this way, definitely IPM will help to manage the pest and diseases and also improve the margin of profit to the farmers. So this is all about cotton IPM. I am very thankful to Professor Mahale and Dr. Kabre sir and all the staff of College of Agriculture Dhule who have given me this opportunity to interact with the students and the participants and give the glimpses of IPM in cotton. So thank you so much and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir, for spending the time to guide our students regarding JRF preparation, especially for the rest of the cotton and their management. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So much. Thank you.
So I am requesting Dr. Bhamre, sir, please continue this session with the our entomology, especially for the insect antennae. So Bhamre, sir, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, your audio muted, sir. Unmute yourself first.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mahale. Good afternoon, friends. Once again, we are gathered here for my the next lecture, that is on structure and modifications of insect antenna. First of all, let us have a look what is mean by antenna. So friends, insect have the antenna. These are the pair of sensory preoral appendages arising from the second antennal segment of the head, possessing nerve coming from deuterocerebrum of the brain. So as you know that insect head is comprised of 6 segments. First pre-antennary, second antennary, third intercalary, fourth mandibular, fifth maxillary, and sixth labial. Antennae are located or originated on the second antennary segment, second segment of the head, and it will receive the nerve from deutocerebrum here. From this, here you can see the antennal nerve. So antennal nerves are innervated into the nerve, and as you know, these are the sensory organs through which they can perceive the sense of stimulus. Friends, antennas are well developed in adult insect. These are also present in immature insect, but these are poorly developed. Antennas are present in almost all insect, but you would not see antenna in order Protura and in class Arthropodon class Arachnida. So here, in case of Proturans, their first leg pair is modified.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, your slides are not moving on the screen.
Okay. पुढे जात नाही.
सर आता तिथे पॉज झाले असतील ना, प्रेझेंटेशन पॉज झालं असेल.
एक मिनिट मी काय
स्टॉप करून परत जे प्रेझेंटेशन मोड मधलं आहे ना त्याला शेअर करा सर.
राईट. काय प्रॉब्लेम?
सर त्याला शेअर करा एकदा प्रेझेंटेशन तुमचं.
शेअरच करतो मी, काहीतरी अडचण नाही. येस. मूव्हच होत नाही इथे. याच्यावर मूव्ह होत नाही, इकडे होते मूव्ह.
सर एक आता तुमच्या झूमच्या स्क्रीनला जिथं वरती आहे ना पाऊस झालेला असेल तिथं पुन्हा स्टॉप शेअरिंग करा आणि पुन्हा शेअर करताना जे प्रेझेंटेशन मोड मध्ये आहे ना त्याला शेअर करा. त्या विंडो मध्ये बघा, शेअरिंगच्या विंडो मध्ये प्रेझेंटेशन मोड मधलं जे प्रेझेंटेशन दिसेल तुम्हाला ते शेअर करा. स्लाइड शो मोड मधलं जे आहे ते.
Yes. Okay. होत नाही. Okay.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we are talking about the insect antenna. So antenna are the, again, I will start from the beginning. So insect antenna are the pair of sensory preoral appendages arising from the second or the antennal segment of the head. As you know, head is divided in made from 6 segments: pre-antennary, antennary, intercalary, mandibular, maxillary, and labial segment. So second head segment is producing the pair of antennae, and these are sensory appendages. And you know, the appendages produced on the arthropod body are jointed. So antenna is also jointed appendage, and it is provided with the nerve from the deuterocerebral part of the brain. So nerves are innervated into the antenna, and by which they can pursue the stimulus from the surrounding. As you see that antenna have direct connection with the brain, and that is why it has a hotline with the brain. That is why it play a very important role as a sensory organ. Antennas are well developed in all the insects and well developed in adults as well as in immature stages. But in immature stages, the antennas are not well developed. These are poor ones. Antennas are present in all the insects except order Protura and class Arachnida. Friends, in case of Proturan, their first pair of leg is modified into a sensory leg, and it as it don't have, as it antennas are absent here, their first pair of legs perform the function of sensory organ. While in case of arachnidon like spider, scorpion, tick, in these arthropod, other sense organs are developed for pursuing the stimulus from the surrounding. Generally, one pair of antennae is present, while in class Crustacea of arthropod, they have 2 pairs of antennae. You can see here. So this is one pair, and this is another pair. So they have 2 pairs of antennae or antennules in crustaceans. Antennae are said to be uniramous, means antennae are unbranched. Here you can see this is the structure of antenna. So antenna is unbranched. Okay, it is not biramous, it don't have branch, as we can see in this figure. So it is uniramous, means it is unbranched. Friends, antenna are segmented. As you know that arthropodal appendages are segmented one. So antenna is also a head appendage, and it is segmented one. It is mobile structure. It is always moving. It is mobile in nature, which are basically fixed to the deep antennal socket. Here you can see. So this is the antennal socket here, antennal socket. And in this antennal socket, antenna is fixed. And this antennal socket is called as antennifer. Antennal socket is provided with antennal suture. Here also, this one body plate is present. Head sclerotized head plate is present, and that is called as antennal suture. And this plate provides support to this antenna. Base of the antennal socket is connected to the edge of the socket by an articulatory membrane. So this will permit the movement of antennae. So this is how the antenna is. Let us now study the structure of insect antenna. Friends, insect antenna is comprised of 3 parts. It is consist of 3 parts. First scale, second pedicel, third flagellum. So here you can see the first antennal segment is scape, second one pedicel, and multi-segmented flagellum. One by one we will see scape. So with 3 points you can study any part. First, the location, second, its structure, and third, its function. So here, scape, as it is the first segment of the insect antenna, and it articulates with the head capsule through antenniffer. Here you can see it articulates with the head capsule through the socket. And this socket provide the movement provide the place for movement of the scape. Then second part, so this is single segmented scape is first, and single segmented part of insect antenna. At one end it articulates with the head capsule, while on other end it articulates with the pedicel. Then let us talk on the pedicel. Pedicel is the second and the middle segment of the antenna that forms joint between scape and flagellum. It is present in between the scape and flagellum. It is middle one. In many insects, it is observed that it is accommodating the auditory organ known as Johnson organ. So in insect, antenna is also called as pillar. Okay, it is also called as pillar, and it can also called as a hearing organ, because on the pedicel, the hearing structure or the auditory organ is located, that is known as Johnson organ. In almost all the insects, Johnson organ is present, but there are some insects in which Johnson organs are absent. Third part of the insect antenna, which is multi-segmented one, is called as flagellum. So flagellum is the last antennal segment, which consists of many segments, which varies in their shape and size. Friends, if you see in family Chalcidoid, this is the family of parasitoid family, Hymenopteran parasitoid family, and in this family, the antenna is somewhat modified. The flagellar segment is modified. The flagellar segments are divided basal ring segment, funicle, and terminal part is known as terminal knob. Here you can see. So these are the ring-like structure called funicle, and the terminal structure is called as the club. In general, there are no muscle in the flagellum, and hence the antennae are called as annulated type. But there are some insects like Polembola and Diplura. In them, the flagellar segment may have the muscles, and that is why these are known as true segmented type antenna. Then, as I have told you, that Johnson organ is present in almost all the insects, but Johnson organ is absent in order Polembola and Protura. Friend, here you can see the location. This is the micro photograph of the fly and house fly, and on her head you will see here this is 1, 2, 3 numbers are given. So this is the antenna, and here on the second segment, this is the second segment, and on second segment, this is the Johnson organ. So Johnson organ is the auditory organ by which it can hear. So this is all about the structure of antenna. Now let us move on to the modifications of insect antenna. Friends, though insects have pair of tactile or mobile antennas, but their structure may vary, function may vary from insect to insect. So according to their requirement, according to their need, the antennas are modified into different insects. So let us talk on the first modification or first type of insect antenna, that is filiform. So filiform type of antennas are observed in grasshoppers. So you can see in grasshopper, this is a filiform antenna. So here antenna segments are equal in thickness. Means it is this type of antenna is called as thread-like antenna. Thread-like antenna. So without you will not see any prominent constriction at the junction and giving the appearance of thread to the antenna. That is why this antenna is called as the thread-like antenna or filiform antenna. Example, grasshopper. Next, moniliform or necklace or bead-like antenna. Bead-like antenna, moniliform antennas are commonly observed in case of thrips and termite. If you see here, the antennal segments are somewhat globous, round, and take the appearance of bead. Manyansarki, you can see that it looks like the garland of or the bead-like structures are seen in the moniliform type of antenna. So example, thrips and termites. Then third type, cetaceous. Cetaceous means beak-like or blister-like. Common example, cockroach. In cockroaches, they have beak-like antenna. Here you can see. Actually, in this type of antenna, antennal segment go on reducing. So antennal segments are reduced towards the end or towards the end point, and that gives an appearance like the wave. And that is why this type of antenna is called as cetaceous antenna. Next type, that is serrate or saw-toothed antenna. In saw-toothed antennas are observed in metallic or click beetle. If you see here, antennal segment are provided with triangular projection, and this gives an appearance of sawtooth, and that is why this type of antenna is also called as saw-toothed antenna. Then pectinate. Pectinate antenna is also known as comb-like antenna. So here antennal segment bear the comb-like structure. Here you can see these are the pectinate antenna. So there are two subtype of pectinate antenna. So when the structures or the sclerotized structures are produced on one side of the antennal segment, that produce the unipectinate antenna, and when the sclerotized structures are produced on both the side of the antenna, then it produces the bipectinate antenna. Here structure is present only on the one side. Common example is male silk moth. In male silk moth, you will see the unipectinate antenna. While in case of however, in case of the female tassar silk moth, the comb-like structures are produced on the both side of the antenna. So that is called as bipectinate. So here you can see the structure of bipectinate antenna. Then next type, that is capitate antenna or knob-like antenna. Here knob or capitate type of antennas are observed in weevil and khapra beetle. Friends, terminal antennal segment in this type is abruptly enlarged to form the knob. Here you can see that the terminal segment is abruptly enlarged to form the knob-like structure, and this type of antenna is observed in weevil and the khapra beetle. So that is called as capitate type of antenna. Then clavate. Clavate type of antennas are also known as clubbed antenna. And in butterflies, lemon butterfly, cabbage butterfly, you will see the clavate type of antenna. Here, the succeeding antennal segments of flagellal region go on gradually increasing in thickness and thereby giving an appearance of club. Here you can see. So gradually, the antennal segments are enlarged, and that gives an appearance of clavate. Then geniculate. Geniculate type of antennas are also called as elbowed antenna. See, this is the elbowed antenna. Observed in common example of geniculate type of antenna are honeybees and wasps. In honeybees and wasps, the flagellar segment is bent into an arm-like structure. So this is cape, flagellum, cape. This is cape, pedicel, and this is multi-segmented flagellum. So flagellum is produced in 90 degree form 90 degree angle with the rest of the segments of the antenna, and this gives the structure of elbowed antenna. So here you can see in case of honeybee, the geniculate type of antenna. Then lamellate type. Lamellate type is also known as leaf-like antenna. Common example, rhinoceros beetle, dung roller, chafer beetle. Here, if you see, the terminal segment of the antenna, particularly at the tip, are enlarged toward one side of the antenna and taking the form of lamina or the plate-like. And that is why this type of antenna, that is lamellate form. Here you can see the lamellate type of antenna. Then aristate. Aristate type is also known as Bristol type. In case of a common example of aristate antenna or the insect in which aristate antenna is observed, that is housefly. Here, this is the here you can see the antenna. Okay, so this antenna, the third segment, that is the flagellar segment. So this is scape, pedicel, and this is the thumb-like structure, that is the flagellar segment. It bears the bristle-like structure. Here, the hairy structure is produced dorsally, and this is called as arista. So this is the arista, and by this structure, this antenna is known as aristate antenna. So here you can see here, here is the hairy structure, that is arista. Here is also hairy structure is seen. So that is arista. So common example of aristate antenna is housefly. A stylet type. Friends, in case of Jacid, you will see the bristle-like structure arise at the terminal end of the third antennal segment here, and this is called as stylet or style-like antenna. Then plumose or whirl-like antenna. Whirl of hairs arises from entire antennal segment. If you see here, in case of male mosquito, on the antenna, it produces the hairs throughout its length, and this type of or whirls hairs are produced, and this type of antenna is called as plumose type of antenna. Plumose type of antenna. Example, male mosquito. However, in case of female mosquito, if you will see, so in female mosquito, even female mosquito is producing hairs from its antennal, from its segmental joint, but those hairs are very small. Okay, and so here you can see the difference between the pilose type of antenna and plumose type of antenna. In plumose, the hairs are arising throughout the length, while here hairs are arised only from the joints of the antennal segment. So pilose type of antenna is observed in female mosquitoes. Then flabate. Friends, fan-like structure. Flabate means fan-like. In Strepsiopterus insect, fabulate type of antennas are present as their flagellar segment is modified into a fan-like structure. So this is all about the modifications in the insect antenna. Now let us talk on the functions. So what is the use of antenna? Actually, as you know, that antenna is a sensory organ. But beside this, what type of functions it play, we will see. Mainly, antenna serve as the sensory organ, which responding to touch. So insect, cockroach, you might have seen that in cockroaches are always moving their antennas. So by which they come to know the stimulus of touch. Then smell, yes. Then odor, humidity, even temperature, even the air currents and wind speed can be pursued. Can be the stimulus, change in humidity, change in temperature, change in air current, then odor, smell, touch. All these senses are pursued through the antenna. So it is a small weather station, we can say. Insects are carrying on with their antenna. So by which they can know the change in even temperature, humidity, and air current. It is very difficult for us to know the temperature. We need to see the thermometer. We need to see the we need to see the anemometer. So this is how insects are blessed animals, and that is why they are having the antenna, and by which they can know the change in different abiotic factors also. Johnson organ is located on pedicel and it functions as the auditory organ and responding to the sound, and also helpful for measuring the speed of air currents, because by which you can, it is an auditory organ and hearing organ, and it is also helping insect to know the speed of the air currents. Then it helps the mandibles for holding prey and for mastication of food material. If you observe the feeding mechanism or while feeding the insect, you will see that while feeding, antennas are also used by the insect for pushing the food into the mouth. So this is how, along with mandible, or along with other mouth parts, mandibles are also helping insect during the feeding of the food. Then antennas helps in sexual dimorphism. Just now we have seen the example of male and female mosquito. In case of male and female mosquito, we have seen difference that in plumose and plumose type of antennae. So this is how you can differentiate the different sexes with the help of type of antenna. These antennas are also used for holding the female during copulation. So during clasping, during mating, to hold the female, antenna can be used. Then antenna helps in respiration, particularly in aquatic insect. It forms the air funnel, and by which it can take the exchange of gases is possible. Then you might have observed that that antenna is also used for different purposes. For cleaning the body also, the antenna is used. So friends, this is how, even though antenna is sensory organ, but besides the sensory organ, it helps insect in many ways. And that is why it is one of the important the head appendage that gives the facial recognition to the insect. So this is all about the insect antenna. Thank you very much. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. This is all about the types and functions of antenna. I think,
student, is there any difficulties? Any points you not understand, then ask to Dr. Bhamre sir. You can put it into chat box also. Yes. Is there any difficulty? Any questions? Be frank. So no questions there. I
Thank
think
you.
all
Thank
our
you.
scholars.
Thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me, giving me the chance to interact or to deliver the lecture on the basic fundamental aspect of insect, like the structure and modifications of insect antenna. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sir.
Thank you, sir, to spare the time for the lectures. Thank you very much, sir. So, student, now the one offline lecture will be held at 5 p.m. So, kindly come at seminar hall of the agriculture entomology section. Okay. The topic of the lecture is the introduction to the crop breeding methods. Kindly come to the agriculture entomology section at and in seminar hall of the agriculture entomology section. So thank you. So today we will stop here. Again tomorrow in morning we start our lecture. Thank you.